There's a thought. You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you'd have to do is show up for 5 minutes, whop, instant swimming pool.
Paleo dance.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe,
Boo.
all species eventually become.
Tribune.
my graveyard smash.
Doing the Monster Mash with you on this beautiful Valentine's Day.
Marty, why did you play that song today? There must be thousands of love songs.
Well, it's kind of a love song. All the monsters enjoying each other's company, dancing, holding their evil in check.
You played the wrong record, didn't you?
Why are you doing this to me?
Baby, don't hurt me, don't hurt me no more. What is love? What is love? I don't know why you're not there. I give you my love, but you don't care. So what is right and what is wrong? Give me a sign. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. It's up to you. I know very well, just me and you. I can't go. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. This is our life, be together, I need it forever. Is it love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me, don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me, don't hurt me no more. What is love?
I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
store contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here today for a surprise Saturday stream. We don't normally stream on Saturdays, but, well, shoot. Missed a lot of stream days last week on my trip to Colorado, which was quite successful, I would say.
Tradoon.
But I did miss all of you, and, well, yeah. And look who else missed me. My goodness, it's Sweetie Pie here. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Right at the beginning of the stream, she was like, just pushing and shoving to get onto the desk. Anyway, if anyone's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So as a paleontologist, I work on fossils. In fact, here, let me, rather than explaining this, let me just play a channel trailery kind of video for you. Because I see that we've got some new folks in the chat today, especially since we're streaming on a not normal stream day. Here we go. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hang on a sec. Thank you. Who is that? Executive Storm for the 66 months of support. I really appreciate that.
I'm here for the first time.
No, you're not. You've been here for... Well, again, 66 months is pretty impressive. Holy cow, Executive Storm. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Here, let me start this from the beginning. And turn the volume up. There we go. Closed captions. Perfect. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Got something weird going on with the audio. Windows update. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Well, there you go. Apologies right now for Sweetie Pie being a little obnoxious. I think she may have just drooled straight into my water cup. Sweetie Pie. Here, hang on just a minute. Let me deal with this. You're a menace, Sweetie Pie. You are a menace. My goodness. Yeah, by way of a brief explanation here. I'm streaming today because we missed a bunch of stream days on our normal schedule because of a recent trip to Colorado. Just got back on Thursday evening. And, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of cats over the next couple weeks here on the stream. Because Ios and Lordy are gone. They had to go back home to a different state, take care of like a family medical emergency thing. So it looks like they're going to be gone for the next 2 weeks. It's just going to be me here at the house. And I'm I'm guessing we're gonna get a lot of cat attention as a result. Huh. Yeah. Delta Rain is actually here for a few days too, and we might stream with her on Monday. And then she's gonna be going back home to her home state. But, anyway. I'm glad you're here, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Time to throw a house party? Or just get a bunch of work done, Crimson, but yeah. Anywho. The whole point of these broadcasts is to do science outreach, to show you how paleontology works. Whether we're streaming live from the field, like I do for much of the year, or whether we're here in the office, going over new scientific papers, interviewing other paleontologists remotely over Zoom, or going over, well, Q&A. Whatever questions you happen to have about the history of life on Earth, about extinction and evolution and the fossil record. We've all got questions about that sort of thing, and I'll do my very best to try and answer those for you. We'll dip into the scientific literature, we'll talk about how we answer questions in science. This is my way of trying to make fossil science, paleontology, more accessible to everybody. And for today, we're going to be doing a kind of a special theme. We're going to be talking about, in accordance with Valentine's Day, dinosaur courtship, dinosaur reproduction, the evidence that we have for these things, how we figure out how these animals behaved and reproduced by looking at the fossil record. We'll also be talking about dinosaur hearts as well.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Is that true, Palosaurus? My goodness. Happy Valentinos to you too, Palosaurus. Thank you for your ongoing support. Really appreciate that. Anyway, let's get our landlord paid here so that she is not as obtrusive. Here. Is it time for payment, sweetie pie? Is that what you're looking for? Yeah? Alright. Let's get you some treats, huh? Yeah, then we'll do a blue sky post, we'll do Metazua, and we'll get into today's theme. Today's topic. Oh, that. My goodness. Such delights. There we go. Good stuff. Anyway, hope everybody's having a decent Valentine's Day so far. I don't normally make a big deal out of Valentine's Day, especially on a weird day like this where, I don't know, my schedule has been so crazy hectic lately. It's nice to finally just be able to take a breather and stream from my office. But who is here for our special stream from Dinosaur Ridge in Colorado on Tuesday? Man, was it that long ago now? Shoot. Hope you enjoyed that. It was really, really cool being able to visit there finally. And there you go, Lenina. Yeah. It's a Hallmark holiday, as people call it. Lila Spartan, do all paleontologists wear shorts? No. I've met some paleontologists who I'm not sure if we're in a pair of shorts their entire lives. I happen to wear shorts a lot because, well, I don't know. I grew up here in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, where you can literally wear shorts year-round. And maybe as a result, or maybe it's just how my body works, I dissipate a ton of heat through my legs. So if I wear long pants and it's anywhere above, say, 45 degrees Fahrenheit, I will overheat. Like, I kind of need to wear shorts. Anyway. Yeah. And it was a great stream. I'm glad you enjoyed that, Lenina. Yeah. And nachos and churros. That sounds awesome, Seku-sama. Good for you. I hope you're enjoying. Anyway. But it's good to see all of you. And, oh man. I do think Sweetie Pie might be present for the majority of the stream. I can't exactly kick her out. You know, this is her house. I'm a tenant here. Huh. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So we might be having a lot of sweetie pie today. Huh. Huh. What do you think? Yeah. Yeah. Do you not want more treats? Look. There's one for you. You're not gonna eat that? She didn't even come here for treats. She just wants attention. Oh, sweetie pie. Anyway, like I said, we're gonna be talking about some vaguely Valentine's Day themed topics on this stream. We're going to be talking about courtship behavior in dinosaurs and how we can infer that from the fossil record, and how maybe a lot of the weird morphology that different dinosaurs have, from the dome-headed, the domes on the heads of pachycephalosaurs to the plates on stegosaurs, these might be related to courtship, potentially. There are other things that we can tie more directly to dinosaur courtship. We'll be talking about dinosaur hearts a little bit, and the controversy around whether or not we have a fossil dinosaur heart from Thessaliosaurus. All kinds of stuff like that. I'm glad you're here. But before we jump into it, let me do a quick screenshot for Blue Sky here. See if that's any good. There we are. That'll work. We can use that. Oh, except I've got a weird line in the middle of it, because that's will be it. There we go. There, retake. Sweetie Pie's not looking at the camera. Let's see if that's any good. I think we can use that. Excellent. Perfect. Hang on. That one's even better. We'll use that. Okay. Already put that I'm live on Blue Sky. I remembered to do that, which I don't always remember to do that, so that's excellent. There we go. Happy Valendinos. I'll do a rare Saturday office stream. What? On a rare Saturday office stream. We're talking about fossil Thessaliosaurus hearts. And somewhere. There we go. Crazy Nut DK, thank you for the 52 months of support. I really appreciate that.
Hey there.
Hey there to you too, Crazy Nut DK. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the 52 months of support. And thank you, Sloth Dread, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We participated in the unveiling of a giant sloth sculpture last Tuesday? Not this past Tuesday, but the Tuesday before. You should check out the VOD for that if you're into sloths. Anyway, welcome. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Alright, join us and hang out at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing.
We all knew. If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
It's a pretty dire story there, Scrap Metal Dragon. Thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the Prime. Superb. I hope you're having a good day. Happy Valentine's. Happy Valentinos to you, rather. We'll do alt text on this and we'll post it. My landlord, Sweetie Pie, the domestic long hair cat. No, she's a... What breed is... She's a tuxedo cat. On the back wall behind us are a bunch of roses, as well as 3D printed Stegosaurus and Pachycephalosaurus skulls, various framed prints of dinosaur illustrations. There we go. Looking good. Paleontologizing. No typos detected. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Domestic long hair with tuxedo coloring. Thank you, Lenina. Okay, my cat terminology isn't quite up to snuff, evidently. There we go. There's a link to that post if anybody wants to interact with it. We're gonna have a fun stream today. It's gonna be pretty casual. And again, if you have any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask them. That's what a vet would put anyway. Thank you, Lenina. Yeah. And Executive Storm says May is the 6-year mark of streaming, right? It is Executive Storm, yeah. We're gonna see if maybe we can do something special for that this year. I usually do a Streamiversary special every year, and we didn't last year, just because too many other things going on. I was in Puerto Rico during our Streamiversary last year. Yeah, Streamiversary. Here is the Streamiversary special from before.
Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
That gateway right now.
FN Tire Guy, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream, FN Tire Guy? Hope it was really good. Welcome, welcome. And Dog Owner of Double 4, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Thanks for clicking that follow button. It's good to have you here. And I appreciate the 200 bits there, Chlorojets. Chlorojets has a question, not about dinosaurs. Well,
I have a question, but not about dinosaurs.
I just said
If a comet was about to crash into Earth, and you wanted to leave a good fossil, stream bed or cave?
The whole comet thing is kind of irrelevant to this. Like, yeah. wouldn't really matter whether or not there's a comet headed toward Earth. Caves versus stream beds are two different depositional settings. Caves are really good for preserving things over a long time without necessarily fossilizing them. We do get fossils from caves, but they tend to be much more recent. I don't know. As somebody who works on Mesozoic animals like dinosaurs, I would say stream bed is the way to go. Here, that brings us, of course, to classic video. Man, it's been a while since we've seen this, huh? There we go. So, if anybody's ever wondered about how do I become a fossil? Oh, how I wish there were a step-by-step guide for becoming a fossil. Well, you're in luck.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Yeah. That first step is a real bummer, but it is one of the necessary requirements. Yeah. And Chlorojet says, like, the comet would kill everyone, but you'd want to leave a good fossil for later paleontologists. Ma Brand, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Okay, I think I see what you mean there, Chlorojets. Like, you're talking about how do you become a fossil so that future paleontologists might be able to discover you. It is really a long shot. I don't know. Theoretically, we have the ability to deflect asteroids or comets that are incoming toward Earth. NASA's DART program, I think, was all about this. If you just nudge something like that a little bit, you might be able to throw it off its trajectory so it would miss our planet. That is, I think, one of the most important things that paleontology has taught us, is that we should be very wary of giant objects in outer space like that are careening toward our planet. We've seen what can happen when those things hit. That's what ended the reign of the dinosaurs, except for birds. But, say we're in like a don't look up situation. Say the current presidential administration in the United States decides that they don't believe in asteroids or comets or whatever. Which, you know, is pretty feasible. Like, I could see that happening. Then yeah, how does one become a fossil? Well, here we go.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Yep.
Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
And so, the groundwater thing here is probably pretty essential. In order to be, if you're going to be buried in a cave, you need to have some way of getting permineralized. That's this process right here by which minerals kind of, like it's going to say, fill in cavities in your skeleton. A cave is a good way to, like, keep things at a constant temperature and keep, like, sunlight and other weathering from destroying bones, but they still need to be permineralized in order to become fossils and last for millions of years. A bone is not going to last for millions of years unless it gets buried and fossilized. So here, Lilith Verton says that animal in the video is very cute. That's a trilobite there. Yeah, these wonderful Paleozoic critters. Everybody loves trilobites.
Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
Yep.
Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
And this is kind of an oversimplification. Not all fossils are this heavily permineralized. Ones from, say, the Hell Creek and Judith River Formation They might occasionally still have original soft tissue in them to a certain extent, but they've been buried in strata that are just chemically, they're good for preserving things over a long time. But it's not saying that all fossils have been turned to stone is an oversimplification. Yeah. Seiko Sama says, any chance of a DNA strand? DNA is a very fragile molecule. It doesn't seem to last for any longer than maybe a few million years at the very most. And say for trilobites like this, the last of them died out about 252 million years ago. So no chance of getting DNA out of them. And Ironheart 50, thank you for the 67 months of support. I really appreciate that.
Hello everyone.
I love that new alert. Thank you, Ironheart, for your continued support. I really appreciate that. Yeah. So anyway, dinosaurs, the last of them, except for birds, died out 66 million years ago. That's a lot longer than 1 million years. So not a very good chance we'll ever get DNA out of a dinosaur fossil. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I'll put it this way. We've been looking for about 40 years at this point, maybe 50 years. So far, not a single scrap of DNA from any dinosaur fossils from the Mesozoic era. It's just too long ago. Anyway.
Step 4. Wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
There we go. And that's really what paleontology is. It's the study of ancient organisms, studying how they evolved, how they developed, how they diversified, and also how living things behaved, which is part of what we're going to be talking about today. Yeah. Seiko Sama says, I just want to know if I'm part T-Rex. No, we're not. The last time that we shared a common ancestor with Tyrannosaurus, or any reptile, is quite a while ago. So I can show you. Here. So this is a representation of what we call the Tree of Life. As far as we know, all living things evolved from one single common ancestor about 3.5 billion years ago, give or take. The further back we go in time, the hazier it gets, obviously. But, yeah. So, I think I can... Yeah, there we go. Theropod dinosaurs and people. We last shared a common ancestor way back in the Carboniferous period. There we go. 325 million years ago, give or take. Again, these are kind of estimates. So that means that our ancestor and the ancestor of T-Rex was the same ancestor 325 million years ago. But our lineages have been split and evolving in separate directions for 325 million years. So we will share a certain amount of DNA in common with T-Rex, in the same way that you and someone who shares the same great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents as you, you'll share a certain degree of your DNA and similarity. It's the same with all living things. The more closely related you are, the more recently diverged you are, the more DNA you will share. So we do share a certain proportion of our genetic code with dinosaurs like T-Rex, but it's not nearly as much as we as humans share with, say, I don't know, horses? This thing is so buggy. It's really arbitrary about when you can click and when you can't. Come on. This would be such a cool tool if it worked properly, you know? It's frustrating. And I can show you on one zoom, and then we can use this as a nice little segue into Metazoa for the day.
Shorty, one of the most remarkable animals that have ever
wow.
existed.
Tulip Waltz.
Certainly, one of the most famous is a dinosaur.
Thank you, Tulip Waltz, for the 3 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Yeah. Here we go. This is a really cool tool at onezoom.org. But yeah, as far as we know, all life on Earth evolved from one single common ancestor about 3.5 billion years ago, give or take. Let's jump to us on the Tree of Life here. And his Mustang, yeah. I mean, that's how we as paleontologists talk. Like, yeah, 1 million years, give or take. 1 billion years, give or take. The further back you go in time, the less precise we can be. If that makes sense. Here we go. Homo sapiens. Let's jump between us. Right here. And these sauropsids, the reptiles. In order to get to our common ancestor, got to go back about 320, 325 million years ago, again, give or take. This is the last time that we shared a common ancestor. So this is when the reptiles and the mammals evolved from the same ancestor here, about 320 million years ago, give or take. In the grand scheme of things, that's still pretty close when we're talking about all of life, you know? But we're trying to find the common ancestor of, say, me and Sweetie Pie here. That's even closer. That's only going to be about 80 million years ago or something like that.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Hyphenate, thank you so much for the Prime there. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the community. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate that. And Sweetie Pie appreciates that too, even if she's not saying it. Anyway, here we go. So here's humans over on the primate branch, over here. And then cats like Sweetie Pie, domestic cats, Felis catus, are over here on this branch within Feliformia. Feliformes, the cat-like carnivorans. So our common ancestor was back in the Cretaceous period, only about 80-90 million years ago, give or take. Boroeutheria is the evolutionary group that includes both primates and carnivorans, so people and cats and their relatives. So yeah. And also true, there you go, Check Nerd, yes. Yeah. And Andrew Memrick says, what is the common ancestor of all trees? There really isn't one, Andrew Memrick. That's the thing, is that trees are not really a real group. There's lots of different plants that get called trees that aren't actually related to each other. So like pine trees and tree ferns and apple trees, they all come from different branches, no pun intended, on the plant part of the Tree of Life. So I can show you. We'll start at the beginning. Yeah. And Van Flick, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie's she's not a Norwegian forest cat. She is a long-haired domestic cat with tuxedo plumage. I know it's not being facetious. Oh. But she is really starved for attention right now because her owners are gone for the next few days to a few weeks. So normally she's not this demanding of attention. But, you know, she is right now. Yeah. Anyway, Van Fleck, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. And PBS Eons just had a video about Plants vs. Oh, interesting. Maybe we should check that out. If we have time. There's lots of VALENDINOS themed stuff we could get to today. But we might have time for that. Needy Pie, there you go, weird adult. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, here, we'll just look at trees real quick. So we'll go to, like, tree fern, which is genus Dicksonia from Australia and Tasmania. There we go. Tree ferns, genus Dicksonia. 36 species, wow. I have a few of these. I'm growing a few. I've got a little Mesozoic plants menagerie. So we'll jump from tree ferns to, say, apple trees. You gotta go quite a ways, yeah. To the point where it doesn't even show, like, how long ago they split. This would have been before the origin of dinosaurs. And Win528, thank you.
Ontogeny.
I appreciate that, Win528. That alert I turned off. I don't know why that's still working. Anyway, Win528, thank you for the 29 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So anywho, there's a bunch of things in between here that would not be considered trees. Like quinoa, that's not a tree. And yet it's in between tree ferns and apple trees, so maybe we'll check out that PBS Eons video real quick. But first, let's do Metazoa before I forget. But Sweetie Pie, I really need access to this part of my desk so I can use my keyboard. Would you mind scooting over just a little bit, please? Thank you. Okay. But yeah. And there you go, Willie Ewok. Yes. Yeah. Let's do Metazoa real quick. We'll be talking about animal phylogeny here for a little while, on our daily animal guessing challenge. But let's do this, and then maybe we'll talk about why trees are not really a real evolutionary group. Lots of different plants get called trees by people, and they're not actually related to one another. We'll see if we can get to that in a bit, but for right now,
hold on to your butts.
Let's do Metazoa. So the way that this works is there's a mystery animal of the day. We have to try and guess what it is. And we use that using an evolutionary family tree. So since living things are all related to one another, and they have varying degrees of relatedness, all based on when they diverged, when they split through evolution, we can use this to narrow it down and hopefully get to our mystery animal of the day in as few guesses as possible. This game is kind of heavily biased toward mammals, which makes sense because mammals are the critters who programmed this, people. So, sea lion is a good place to start, Mustache Mike, yeah. Let's do that. That's a carnivoran mammal. It's a caniform carnivoran, so they're related to critters like dogs and bears. Let's try sea lion to start with and see if that gets us anywhere close to our mystery animal. It did! Ho ho ho! Not only is it a mammal, it's a Laurasiathera. So let me show you what that means. Let's reload this. So let's jump into genus Xelophus, the sea lions. This is the state marine mammal of my home state, California. Xelophus californianus is the California sea lion. There we go, California sea lion right there. Now, we guessed sea lion, and Metazoa said, nope, not a sea lion. Best I can do for you is Laurasiathera. So, let's zoom out to Laurasiathera. It's a group of mammals that I think includes the, carnivorans, bats, Eulipotyphlones, what we used to call insectivores, like hedgehogs. There we go. Here's Laurasiathera. So what's cool is that there were about 1.4 million species of animal, We've narrowed it down to less than 2,000, or just over 2,000. With one guess. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But this actually gives us even more information than you would think, because we guessed sea lion. A sea lion is a kind of carnivoran. We know that it can't be a carnivoran now. So the carnivorans are up here. These are the lions and tigers and bears, minks and otters and mongoose and hyenas, and etc. They're all carnivorans. We know that our critter is not a carnivoran, or else it would have said that. Instead, the most exclusive evolutionary group it gave us is Laurasiatheria. So, we know it's not going to be a dog or a cat or a bear. It's probably not going to be a pangolin. This is tricky because I think the tree that Metazoa uses is slightly different from this tree. Like, I don't know if it takes Panungulata as a true clade or not. But yeah, so it's probably not going to be a bat either. It's probably not going to be a Chiropteran, because those are allied with the carnivorans in this clade, whatever it's called. This might be Scrotifera, I forget. But anyway, we'll try a hoofed mammal, an artiodactyl. This includes everything from giraffes to whales. Let's try a whale. Let's try blue whale. Let's see if we can knock that out. Joshua Colossus, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Joshua Colossus. Thank you, thank you. Hi to you too. Thanks for keeping me here online with that support. Good stuff. Let's try blue whale here. And okay, it is an artiodactyl. Look at this graph. What a beautiful graph, Anflick. Thanks for following. Thanks for showing us. Wombat Hole says it is World Hippo Day on the 15th of February. That's tomorrow. Or today, for some of you who are watching from the future. Like if you're in Australia. The land of the future.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Chaotic time traveler.
The kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you for the 30 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Chaotic time traveler. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Hope you're doing well. Hope Luffy's doing well too. Alright, so our critter is an artiodactyl. It is a hoofed mammal, but it is not a whale. So, it could be a camel. Member of Camelidae. Let's try that real quick. Let's try, say, llama. Let's see if that gets us anywhere closer. We're basically trying to knock out Camelidae. This could be a wasted guess, but it will drive me nuts if we don't do this. This is a process of elimination. We have to eliminate this clade. So let's try llama.
Hold on to your butts.
And okay, yeah. At least we knocked out Camelidae. We know it's not a member of the camel family. So it could be a bovid or a cervid. It could be a suid. Critters related to pigs. It could still be a hippo, but I don't think so. Let's try something like Cape Buffalo. Well, they don't have that. Okay. Let's try something like elk, which people in the UK would refer to as red deer. Let's try that. We'll knock out Cervidae here, the deer family. And, okay! Oh, it is a species of deer. Excellent. It is a member of Cervidae, the deer family. There we are. Yeah, excellent. I'm glad I decided to guess that and not pig family. So, I love this. This sounds like it should be like some sort of like specialty shop. Come on down to Deer, Moose, and More for all your cervid needs. Anyway, Cervidae. We guessed elk, which they are... Elk are also known as red deer in the UK and maybe other parts of Europe as well. Where is that? Elk, also known as wapiti. Not Eurasian elk. That's what we would call a moose here in the States. Here we go. Yeah, that's right there. So, I'm guessing it's not going to be over here. It could be what we in the States call a moose. I'm going to guess that, because it's on the opposite side of the cervid family tree here. So I think that's a decent guess. Let's give that a shot. Cervidae keeps the camels away. There you go, Trek Nerd. Yeah. All right, let's give this a shot.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see if it's moose. Go on. Yes, it is. Very good. We got that in 5 guesses. That's not too shabby. Not too shabby. See, when you know a thing or two about evolution, when you know a thing or two about phylogeny, it makes it so much easier. It helps you understand animals so much better. You know where they come from, who they're related to, all of this. Good stuff. Here, let's post that to Blue Sky. All right. Nice. Yeah, beautiful. Cool. So again, this concept of phylogeny is something that I talk about all the time here because it is like the fundamental principle in all of biology. All living things are related to one another, and this was an insight that's only really arisen in the past couple centuries. People like Alfred Russel Wallace and an old Chucky D, Charlie Darwin, they helped us to understand this in the first place. By understanding that living things evolve and change over time, and one species can split into 2, and those can evolve in different directions, this is how we get this grand tree of life like this. This is how we get the incredible biodiversity that we're so lucky to enjoy on this planet. It's important stuff. With that being said, let's jump into PBS Eons here. I'm seeing a trees one, unless it's World Caught Fire. When trees took over the world.
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic.
All of a sudden,
they died out so long ago,
thanks for
their
the
fossil
17
bones
months.
remain, so we know just what they were like and can even
Appreciate.
sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
I appreciate the ongoing support there. All of a sudden, thank you, keeping me here online. Wonderful. Yeah. And happy Valentine's Day to you too. You make me blush from down the mountain. I appreciate you. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Welcome. Yeah, I'm not seeing a video on trees here, unless it's this one from 4 years ago. Let's take a look at this nonetheless. But trees not being a clade, is it? Oh, it's a short. Oh, this is it right here then. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at this. They do good work here on PBS Eons.
Trees aren't a real thing. Don't believe the hype. It's just another evolutionary trick. The form that we think of as a tree, tall and long-lived and woody.
Hang on a sec. Is anybody else noticing some weirdness with the audio? It almost sounds like it's doubled up, or there's an audio, like an echo or something like that. Is anybody else getting this too, or is it just me? Because if it is, I can ignore it. But if it's not, I'm going to want to fix it for everybody. Let me know in the chat if you're hearing anything weird. No echo for you, says Lenina. Okay.
Trees aren't a real thing. Don't believe the hype. It's just another evolutionary trick. The form that we think of as a tree, tall and long-lived and woody, has evolved.
Okay, I think it might... Hang on a sec. I think it might be for me. Let's see. Advanced audio properties. Monitor off, maybe? Let me know if you can still hear it after this.
Evolved a bunch of different times in distantly related groups of plants in response to similar environmental challenges. It's yet another textbook example of convergent evolution. So, tree doesn't even have an accepted definition. And lots of things we actually call trees are actually more closely related to other types of plants than to other so-called trees. Like palm trees, they're actually more closely related to grasses than to trees. Horse chestnut trees, more closely related to broccoli than to sweet chestnut trees. So it's...
Or to horses. Did you know that a horse chestnut tree isn't actually a kind of horse? Mind-blowing, right?
Like palm trees, they're actually more closely related to grasses than to trees. Horse chestnut trees, more closely related to broccoli than to sweet chestnut trees. So it turns out being a tree doesn't make you part of a single evolutionary group. It's just part of a convergent evolutionary strategy. Sorry, tree huggers.
That's okay. I'll still hug some trees. They're important, you know? Yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah, I know, right? Willy Ewok? Yeah. Yeah. And hey, same to you, Jazzy Ukami. Thank you so much for the kind words. Happy Valendinos to you too. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Wait until you hear about horseshoe crabs. It's true, yeah, Lenina. Lenina, once again, speaks the truth. Horseshoe crabs. These wonderful critters, genus Limulus, and relatives. Would you believe that this animal is neither a horse, nor a shoe, nor a crab? All three parts of its name are wrong. All three parts. Genus Limulus. They're more closely related to things like spiders and mites than they are to crabs. So Limulus polyphemus, this is the horseshoe crab I think that we have off the east coast of the United States. And yeah, they are a kind of chelicerates, which is a kind of arachnid. Oh wait, hang on. Anyway, they're more closely related to scorpions and spiders and mites than they are to crabs. Pretty cool. What should its name have been then? Well, that's the thing, Trek Nerd, is that in scientific circles, we don't normally use the common names like this. You know, that's why we have all these crazy, long Latin names. Like Limulus polyphemus for the Atlantic horseshoe crab, because common names are part of whatever language they're derived from. So horseshoe crab, that's derived from English. And it doesn't really describe what this animal is related to. It's not a very helpful term, honestly. This is why we have scientific names, is so that we can communicate across languages. Limulus polyphemus is the scientific name for this animal, the Atlantic horseshoe crab. And so if I'm doing a literature search, looking through scientific papers, and I want to see who's published on this critter and what we know about it, even if the paper is in Portuguese, or Arabic, or Japanese, that name, Limulus polyphemus, is going to be the same. I might not understand anything else in that entire paper, but I can see that name in there, and I know exactly what they're talking about. That's why we use Latin for stuff like this, is because it makes it a little bit more international. It kind of levels the playing field a little bit. Nobody really speaks Latin anymore. It's a so-called dead language, which makes it kind of ideal for stuff like scientific terminology. Because I can be talking to a colleague from China, or a colleague from Italy, or a colleague from Fresno, and I'll still know what she's talking about. Let's see here. There we go.
Friends,
We've looked at this before.
Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Latin, not to praise it. Salve amicis, ego et Julius, hoc est dinunti. As you can tell by my pronunciation, grammar, and word choice, I'm among the select 7 or so billion people who do not speak Latin as a primary language.
Yeah, nobody really does
Everybody
anymore.
says that Latin is a dead language, and nobody speaks it, outside of extracurricular clubs really just designed to show off how smart everyone in the club is. Bacones. But that's not exactly true, as we in the science, medicine, law, and education biz know very, very well.
Yep.
Latin is still regularly used in all of these disciplines, mostly for descriptions of things. So while Latin is definitely dead, it isn't extinct, which is the term we use for languages which have no speakers or continued usage. In fact, Latin is kind of a victus mortis, or a zombie language. It's dead, but lives on in describing animal species, parts of the body, legal principles, debate tactics, and a lot more. But why?
Yep. Let's see. Gary Ankela says, I wonder if using Latin is westernization of science, if that makes sense. I can't elaborate. I was going to be snarky and say, well, you know, Rome is pretty far east of where I am, you know? This is really the West here. And the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, where are my lights not working? Hang on. Anyway, where was I? I guess science as we know it today, as like a practice and kind of a loose, very loose institution, it can trace its roots back to Europe, sure. But, I don't know, I kind of think of Latin as being, I don't know, nobody speaks Latin anymore. So it is kind of a... It's kind of fair for everybody to a certain extent. Like, it is almost like we chose Esperanto or Klingon or something. Because it's like, nobody really knows it, you know? I guess there is some advantage to, like, if you speak English or Italian or Spanish. There are roots and stuff, like those are Romance languages, they come from Latin originally, to a certain extent. Well, I guess English is kind of more of a Germanic language, but whatever, you know? But yeah, they'll address that in the video. You can make up your own mind here. Yeah.
Why do we use Ursus maritimus instead of polar bear? Well, the answer is multifaceted, as these things usually are. But let's start with Catholicism. See, around the 4th century, a craze was sweeping the ancient Roman Empire, and all the kids were calling it Christianity. This ultimately led to the formation of the Roman Catholic Church. The church was a huge fan of Latin, largely because that's what the common man spoke, and that was their target audience. Over time, Latin was promoted as being the language of religion and knowledge. And since it was before the age of tweeting, everything written down was pretty dang important. Scientific and medical discoveries.
Extort says the scientific method itself is an European invention in itself, so ridiculous to state. Are you saying it's ridiculous to state that the scientific method is a European invention? Or it's ridiculous not to think that it's a European invention? I don't quite catch your meaning, Extort. Would you care to clarify? Yeah.
Laws, and basically any source of information in the Roman Empire was in Latin. This meant that in order to be part of the educated or religious portion of society, you had to speak, read, and write in Latin. But after the fall of the Roman Empire, Latin was deformalized and broken down into what we know today as the Romance languages. Romance
good, Lenina. Thanks.
Rome. This includes French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and Romanian. So why do we use any of those languages to describe laws or bears? One big reason is that dead languages don't move around very much, because they're dead. Latin is...
That it could be westernized, says Extort. I don't follow. Sorry.
It's frozen in time, and without major populations speaking it, the words in it don't change meaning anymore due to popular usage.
So this is an important point. Since it is a dead language, we can be more prescriptivist about it. You don't have to get into like, oh, well, how are people using this term? And, you know, the meaning of a term kind of changes over time. Instead, it is almost kind of sealed in amber, to use a figure of speech. It's not 100% true. The meanings of scientific terms can also evolve over time. Like, for instance, I mean, for one example, velociraptor does not mean the same thing to the general public as it does to a paleontologist. When most people think of velociraptor, you know, they think of... They think of the critter from the Jurassic Park or Jurassic World series, you know? This is what they think of, which is not velociraptor. This animal is not velociraptor, despite being a Latin name. This is actually like kind of a weird retro throwback Deinonychus. It's not even the same dinosaur, velociraptor. This is what velociraptor actually looks like.
To becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Bosman18, thank you for the 14 months. I really appreciate that, Bosman. Thank you for Prime. Superb. Yeah. We now recognize that Velociraptor had feathers all over its body. We even have direct evidence of this. But anyway, that's not the key point. The key point is when Michael Crichton was writing the novel Jurassic Park, he kind of renamed Deinonychus as Velociraptor. We went over this back in, what was it, August or September for Deinonychus Day. You can check out the VOD for that. If you search Deinonychus Day on the YouTube page, you'll see it. But, yeah, Trek Nerd says, I think of a certain puppet. Good. You think of Velia? Nice. So anyway, here's an example of, even though it's a Latin name, Velociraptor, its meaning has still changed for the general public because of pop culture. So anyway, yeah. Yeah. And Gary and Kellis had a really interesting question there, too. When we're talking about the scientific method, is it an invention or is it a discovery? If such a distinction exists or matters. That's a tricky one. You know who would be, I think, who could answer that question more forcefully and with more expertise than I could? Rhacodactylus, who knows a thing or two about the philosophy of science. He would be, I think he'd be up for that discussion. He might even be streaming right now if you want to go bug him. Yeah. He is. Yeah, go bug him with that question, maybe. Or, I want to do some joint streams with Reiko at some point soon, so maybe that'll be one of the topics we discuss. But yeah, Gary and Kellis. Science as an enterprise is something that we think of as being kind of European in origin, but it also has big important influences from Northern Africa, from like Arabic-speaking cultures. And probably more than a lot of people would care to admit, from places like China as well. So I think in order to answer that question or have like an in-depth conversation about it, we'd have to define our term. What is science? How do we define that? But like the modern practice of publishing in scientific journals and that sort of formal process of peer review and everything, what we think of today is like the modern professional scientific method. That does have a lot of ties to Europe, for sure. But yeah. The lingua franca of Europe and other parts of Asia and Africa. There you go, Kennedy, yeah. Which is what you're going to get into here.
For example, we used to use the word dank to describe your cellar, not your memes. But Ursus maritimus will likely always be the Latin name for those carnivorous white monsters roaming around the Arctic Circle, whereas polar bear could be, and probably is, a slang term for a weird sexual act. I don't know, somebody look it up on Urban Dictionary. Actually, don't. And this makes scientific naming and notation particularly standardized, even when we discovered new things to be named. All species have a two-part scientific designation, called binomial nomenclature, or its Latin name. The application of these names is governed by the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, the ICZN.
And I have the code right here. There it is. This is not the most up-to-date version, but this is the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature here. And there's all kinds of rules here in English and in French that kind of dictate what we can call different animals. So there's a different code for fungi and plants. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, but yeah, just lots of arcane rules. Very specific. If the name in use for a family group taxon, and hence its nominotypical taxa, is invalid or unavailable and has been replaced by the name valid under Article 23E, the subordinate taxa bearing the valid name are the nominotypical taxa. All kinds of stuff like this. It's a big, well, not very big, but it is a more or less comprehensive rule book that kind of dictates the rules and guidelines around naming animals. And like, if the same species gets accidentally given two different names, there's a bunch of rules around which name should actually be the one that gets to stay, and the other one gets thrown out. Stuff like this here in the code, if that makes sense.
Nation, called binomial nomenclature, or its Latin name. The application of these names is governed by the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, the ICZN, and the International Code of Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi, and Plants, the ICN. The first name is called the generic epithet and is usually the genus, while the second is a specific epithet or the species. Sometimes there's even a third name for a subspecies included. So we, Homo sapiens, are of the genus Homo, meaning man, which also includes Neanderthals and other hominids. But specifically, we are sapiens, meaning wise. As a group, we are wise men, and women, of course. An advantage of using a dead language is that it doesn't favor...
Again, this video is a little old at this point. 9 years ago it was published. Holy cow. But here's a link if you want to watch the rest of it, if you're intrigued by this topic. But I want to get into today's VALENDINOS. So let's do that. Yeah. An epithet? Yeah, that just means name. In this case, Jawa 6.4. Yeah. You've got the genus epithet and the species epithet. It just means that part of that name. So anywho, the reason we got into this is we were talking about horseshoe crabs, which is neither a horse, nor is it a shoe, nor is it a crab.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Arid does. Thank you for the 19 months, Arid. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me online, Arid, with your generous continued support. Thank you for the Prime there. Yeah. Good stuff. All right, let's take a look at the video here. Is this from PBS Eons too? Oh, no, this will be a nice kind of introduction to our topic from AM&H, the American Museum of Natural History.
Dinosaurs reproduce just like all other animals do. I mean, certainly that, we know a lot from crocodiles, we know a lot from birds, but we've found a lot of dinosaur nests. I mean, as far as we can tell, is it all...
Oh, what's really funny is that these eggs are not actually Protoceratops eggs. This actually gets into something that we were just talking about here.
Birds. But we've found a...
This animal here, Protoceratops, whose skull I actually have here. Oh, hang on a sec. Well, Urgle, thank you for the 10 gift subs there. I really appreciate that.
Urgle is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
What do you mean overloading the system? You've made this lovely Tinamou bird very happy, along with 10 lucky chatters. Won't have to watch any ads for the next week. Oh, shoot! Holy cow. Thank you, Urgle. Did I say next week? I meant next month. For the next 30 days. Those 10 lucky chatters won't have to watch a single ad on this channel. Thanks to your generosity, Urgle. Thank you for helping support science outreach here on Twitch. And that reminds me, I ought to do a sub goal and reduce it by 10. Thanks to your generosity, Urgle. Come on, Twitch dashboard. There we go. Let's see. Do 190. Let's see. There we go.
Hold on to your butts.
And start goal. Check that out. Thank you, Urgle. That's 190 now instead of 200. Thanks to you. Appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh. So, Protoceratops. This critter here is, well, let me get its skull. This dinosaur became very famous in, like, the middle of the 20th century because, well, it was discovered in Mongolia by folks from the American Museum of Natural History in New York. And in discovering Protoceratops, they also found a bunch of eggs with it, too. Or nearby, at least. Protoceratops was all over the place. And so they naturally assumed that these eggs belonged to Protoceratops. And you see all kinds of illustrations of Protoceratops from the 20th century with these eggs. It's just, it's a thing, you know? Here. In fact, I just got this book in the mail the other day. I had this book when I was a kid. I bet you if we were to look through this, we'll see Protoceratops and some eggs. This is a little golden book of dinosaurs. Did anybody else have this when they were a kid? 39 cents. Wow. This used to belong to Morp Steven. Thank you, Morp. I bought this on Thrift Books. There we go. Underwater brachiosaurs. We've got a terrestrial plesiosaur being torn asunder by a Tyrannosaurus. I'll praise Morp. There you go, Jawa. You've got more plesiosaurs on land. Man, it was a different time back then. Got some ghost dinosaurs. Okay, no Protoceratops in this one. But if we look at Roy Chapman Andrews' book, All About Dinosaurs, we'll see it. That's right here. You think you remember this book? Yeah, Lenina. It was one of my favorites when I was a kid. All right. Oh, I gotta grab that Archelon illustration. Put that up on the wall at some point. That's neat. Nice. But this is written by the guy who led the Central Asiatic expeditions. Yeah, dinosaur egg hunting. So they found all these eggs, and they found all these Protoceratops fossils. They put 2 and 2 together, and they said, well, it got to be Protoceratops eggs. I talked about this with Denver Fowler back in the day, and I promise this goes back to Latin and names and everything. Yeah. Now and Why Wonder Book. Oh, nice, Jerry Andrews. Cool. I don't know if I have that one. Let's find that VOD from when I was in North Dakota last year. It was just over a year ago, in fact. Here we go. Yeah. This is my old crew chief, Denver Fowler here. This is his museum. Denver, how's it going? You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Denver Fowler. I am the curator here on the dinosaur side of the museum, and I run the field work and basically organize the lab and collections, things like that as well, with some of my staff who'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're really excited about that. I told them we're going to get to meet Steve and see the work in the lab and everything, so very cool. One of the themes on today's broadcast is just going to be how this might not seem like a very large museum, but it punches well above its weight in terms of field work and research and outreach, and I really think, we're going to hit you over the head with that idea today. You're going to see it firsthand. So yeah, where do you think we should start? Should we start at the front of the... So I worked with Denver for years and years when I was in Montana. And, this has some other stuff that we should check out today, too, for VALENDINOS. But we'll check out one of Denver's favorite displays here. Talking about eggs and stuff.
This may get some adjustments with the new building.
Mm-hmm. I designed these displays back in 2017.
So it's not totally clear what this bit's going to look like.
Uh-huh. Oh, and I remember this. This took a long time, too, but it was a lot of fun. See that signature right there? Yeah. And these, I was so pleased when I saw that you're still using these.
Oh, yeah. So
yeah.
Yeah, this is, I think the first one you made was this one.
I think so. Yeah.
Mainly because I know because this is the one where I haven't fixed all of the different bits on. I don't mean fixed. I mean like set in cement. Like anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the plan for these panels. Like I told Danny, like.
Anywho, yeah, I designed these.
I think that there's too much of the basic information often just gets strung out and written into long sentences, like what date it is from, what formation it's from, how big it was, and really like all that information should be just in like a little fact box, and then the text in these is supposed to be information.
It is a bird though, Gary Kells.
So little facts and things.
So yeah, that was during that summer in 2017 when we were waiting for our permits. I spent a couple days just designing a template like this that would be plug and play. So I chose a font and like try to pick colors that would work well with the rest of the museum, and then designed this right here and got the colors all exactly right. Time scale, yeah. Like geological maps and everything, and yeah. It took a surprising amount of time to put together, but man, it's so nice to just have a template that you can use consistently throughout the rest of the museum. Everything's uniform. Like you know what you're getting when you look at a placard like this. I even picked the right font and everything. This is Gil Sans font, which is like kind of a more or less standard museum font. It's easy to read, highly legible, but it still feels authoritative. Gil Sans. I think it's right there. There's a tip for anybody in the design biz. Yeah. So I'm really pleased that you've been able to run with that and you're still using it. Like that feels like, you know, it made a real contribution there.
I've adapted it a number of times, like different sizes. Like all these boxes look about the same size, but if they're close to the front or if they're at the back, there's like 20% difference.
Yeah.
So they look more or less the same to you, but they're actually all different sizes. It's really boring, that kind of thing. It's almost as boring as different light bulbs, but
it's important though.
Once you start putting these things together, like you start getting appreciation for the different scaling and sizes of panels.
Definitely, yeah. So we'll get to Protoceratops here. Neat. And I recognize that piece of artwork there too. I've shown this on screen before. That Oviraptorosaur? Yeah, that's one of my paintings right there. Which is now for years been on display at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Is that City Patty, I think? Yeah, or Oviraptor, either one. But yeah.
I tell people that this is my favorite display in the museum.
This one?
Yeah.
Again, here's Protoceratops. This is why I'm showing you this clip right now.
And these days, maybe it's one of the newer ones, but this was at the time my favorite, because it shows the process of science. Here it is.
Yeah.
Back in the 1920s, the American Museum went to New York. They found
from New York, they went to Mongolia, is what Denver meant.
Dinosaur eggs, and they found baby dinosaurs, these Protoceratops babies, and they said, "Oh my God! Like, we've got nests of Protoceratops." And so, when this museum opened in 1992, in 1993, this is one of the models that they had, and it's a bunch of baby Protoceratops and a bunch of those eggs that were found by the American Museum.
Yep. Yeah. And so this became like a trope in dinosaur illustrations throughout the 20th century. Here we go. So it was in famous paintings like this by Charles R. Knight. Just all these illustrations of like Protoceratops with a nest of eggs, and then you have this other dinosaur, Oviraptor, sneaking in and trying to steal the eggs. And then Protoceratops is often not happy about this. So yeah, look at that. Oh, goodness. Dastardly Oviraptor having its head bitten off, basically, by a angry mother Protoceratops. And it gets even more dramatic in pieces like this. Oh, come on. WebP files. There we go. So yeah, there's an Oviraptor having his head stamped into mush by an angry mother Protoceratops after he's trying to steal her eggs, you know? Off with your head, thief. Exactly, Crimson, yeah. And the name Oviraptor That name means egg thief, because when Henry Fairfield Osborn named this animal in 1924, and the same paper when he described Velociraptor, it's the same exact paper. Oviraptor, he says, this animal, it seems like it's stealing these Protoceratops eggs. Its head was found smashed. It must have been caught in the act of stealing the eggs. An angry Protoceratops killed it, and here it is preserved alongside these eggs. These eggs it was trying to steal. That was the idea. From the 1920s up through the 1990s. Right up until this moment in the early 90s.
Well, in 1993,
like Denver was
this
saying.
is one of the models that they had, and it's a bunch of baby Protoceratops and a bunch of those eggs that were found by the American Museum. And the same year that this model was made, the American Museum had been back to Mongolia, and they'd found more of these eggs, of course, and they cracked a few open, and inside they found Oviraptor embryos.
Yeah, not Protoceratops.
Not Protoceratops.
So it turns out that Oviraptor had been maligned for the past 70 years. It was not stealing those eggs. Those are its eggs, you know? They weren't Protoceratops eggs at all. So this is one of these classic stories in dinosaur paleontology.
And of course, back in the 1920s, they'd found an Oviraptor standing on top of these eggs, and they thought the Oviraptor was stealing the eggs of the Protoceratops, so they called it egg thief Oviraptor.
Yep.
And now we realize that the Oviraptor was actually protecting its nest, and that these are Oviraptor eggs. So I tell kids, it's like, if this model shows anything at all, it shows a bunch of baby Protoceratops smashing up an Oviraptor nest out of pure spite. And so that's why they look so happy. So this will learn you. But it shows the process of science.
Yeah.
And it shows that, it was a good hypothesis. You had baby dinosaurs, you had eggs. Why aren't they both related? But it turned out that they weren't.
So the reason why this is relevant to the Latin discussion, too, is that name Oviraptor. It means egg thief. We still haven't changed that name. And, you kind of can't. The rule book, like I showed you, it doesn't really allow you to change the scientific name just because there was a misinterpretation of the animal's behavior. That name Oviraptor is still sticking around. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah, so you can't, exactly, Golganek, yeah. If it turns out that there was another name that precedes Oviraptor, then we could switch to that one and sync the name Oviraptor, but that was the first name that was ever given to it, so we can't do that. It has priority, so the name kind of has to stick around. So yeah. And Crimson says, being omnivorous, is it possible that Oviraptor still went for eggs if it found some unprotected? I guess, yeah. Yeah. Same for Protoceratops. Maybe Protoceratops would eat other dinosaurs' eggs if given the opportunity. I know we think of that animal as being a plant eater, but it's certainly got a, big formidable beak on the front. And those teeth there, they could certainly make short work of an egg if given the opportunity. So, those are difficult hypotheses to test. Maybe this animal would eat Oviraptor eggs. We don't have any good reason to say yes or no to that, Yeah. I hope that makes sense. And yeah, there's multiple birds that do that, Raph. The cuckoo bird is a famous one, but there's other, we call it nest parasitism, where a bird will lay its eggs in another bird's nest. Yeah. We don't yet have good evidence of that in any non-avian dinosaurs. Birds, of course, are dinosaurs, but any non-bird dinosaurs from the Mesozoic era, we don't have evidence of that yet, but could be a thing, Anywho, so we managed to get, 10 seconds into this video before we went off on a tangent? That's okay. Let's start from the beginning.
Dinosaurs reproduce just like all other animals do. I mean, certainly that, we know a lot from crocodiles, we know a lot from birds.
Oh, so what Mark Norell, R.I.P. Mark Norell, he passed away just a couple years ago. Big loss for the paleontological community. What Mark is talking about there is the good old EPB. We call the extant phylogenetic bracket. So if there's something about dinosaurs that's unknown, we'll of course look for fossils to try and solve those questions, but sometimes those questions are really difficult and they can't be easily answered by just looking at fossils. Like, for instance, did dinosaurs... What kind of reproductive gear did they have? What are they working with there? Soft tissue stuff that doesn't get easily fossilized. That's unknown. So what do we do? How do we frame our questions around that? How do we think about this in an organized way that makes sense? Well, often we use the EPB. It's called the extant phylogenetic bracket. And it's basically, as Denver would say, it's just crocs and emus. You look at the closest living relatives of dinosaurs. So in this case, this is crocodiles, who are like cousins to the dinosaurs essentially, and then birds, who literally are living dinosaurs. So what kind of reproductive gear do crocs have? Well, we can look. They're still around today. Same with birds. We can look. And so this gives us some idea of what dinosaurs probably had, because all three of these groups, crocs, dinosaurs, and birds, which are a kind of dinosaur, they all evolved from a common ancestor. So by default, they should all have the same stuff to start with, unless they evolved something special and new. You know, they come from the same place, so we expect them to be similar on a lot of levels. And they are similar on a lot of levels. Does that make sense? So the EPB is... That's what we think about when we're trying to figure something like this out.
Dinosaurs reproduce just like...
And have there been actual Protoceratops eggs found in Asia? I don't think so, Crimson. Which is kind of weird. It's now thought that a lot of ceratopsians may have laid soft-shelled eggs, which are harder to fossilize, which is why we don't see them in the fossil record. But I don't think we have Protoceratops eggs. I could be wrong, but I don't think we have proto-eggs. Yeah.
Dinosaurs reproduce just like all other animals do. I mean, certainly that, we know a lot from crocodiles, we know a lot from birds, but we've found a lot of dinosaur nests. I mean, as far as we can tell, is that all dinosaurs, non-bird dinosaurs, laid eggs. In some cases, we know that the animals brooded their nests, just like modern birds do. We found a couple of remarkable discoveries of animals sitting on top of their nests, brooding their clutches, just like that the chickens do on a farm today. So that, at least in some forms, there probably was a great deal of parental care as well.
Yep. Pretty cool. Yeah. Anyhow. And Not Toxic says, what type of dinosaur did Komodo dragons come from? Komodo dragons didn't evolve from dinosaurs. Komodo dragons are a kind of lizard. So they're not really related to dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a different group of reptiles from lizards. Again, the only dinosaurs that we have around today are birds. Birds are the only surviving dinosaurs today. So we're going to go back to our handy-dandy chart here. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? Dinosaurs are everything that evolved from that first dinosaur here. So if you evolved from that ancestor, then by definition you are a dinosaur.
Something's coming out of here.
Hang on a second.
There's a bird, dude. It knows what's good.
Super Kim VT.
Super Kim VT and their 21 ratings also know what's good.
Thank you, Super Kim, for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, I was just explaining what constitutes a dinosaur a moment ago. We'll get back to that in a second, but how was your stream, Super Kim? Hope it was excellent. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valendinos, rather, for you. But, yeah. They got burped exactly, Lothobo. And hello, Misadventures in Astro and Zalianu, Super Kim Space Raid. Appreciate that. It was great, thank you. Glad to hear it. Happy Valentine's. Likewise. We were fundraising for charity. Very nice. That's awesome. I hope it was successful. Here, let me give you a quick intro to this channel. This is what we're all about here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome. We're having a special Valentine's stream today. Valendinos, talking about dinosaur reproduction, dinosaur courtship behavior, and how we figure this stuff out from just looking at fossils, you know? And we're talking about dinosaur hearts, too. And hey, latest Kate, welcome back. Yeah. And Super Kim is working on her postgrad in astronomy. Very cool, Misadventures in Astro. That's awesome. Wow. Fellow scientist here. I hope you feel right at home, Super Kim. Yeah. And dinosaur descendants yelling at me for seed mix every day. There you go, latest Kate. Yeah, we were just talking about that. About how the way that we classify living things as scientists is based on their ancestry. So in order to be a dinosaur, trying to figure out what is a dinosaur and what isn't. Every critter that evolved from that first dinosaur species is, by definition, a dinosaur. That includes birds. We can trace the ancestry of birds back to that first dinosaur, including this bird here. Well.
Gus TX broadcast is calling in with 28
hello?
raiders to talk about dinosaurs.
Thank you.
The world's
Just X
first
broadcast.
armored tank, you might say.
Welcome.
That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
Guest X Raid, thank you. Dragon Wizard, 1121, being here. And thank you, Gust. How was your stream, Gust? We just got 2 raids in quick succession. That's wonderful. Thank you for the raid, Gust. I appreciate you. And Pre-Breakfast Banana says, did you dig up that new dinosaur yet? Which one? We dug up several new dinosaurs last summer. But, yeah. It was great. Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it, Gust. Glad to hear it. Here, we're gonna have some more new people in this second raid. Let me play the channel trailer again one more time. It's less than a minute long. Here we go. Welcome the new folks in. Greg the Barber, welcome. Good to have you here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
That's me.
This is Paleontologizing.
He speaks the truth. Stegosaurus. We've got Stegosaurus on our wall today.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. Welcome. Yeah. And Gus, what's this? Which is a dinosaur, as we were just talking about. Birds are indeed a kind of dinosaur. They're the only group of dinosaurs that's still around today. As I was saying, we classify living things based on their ancestry, based on what they evolved from. If you evolved from that first dinosaur species, then you are a dinosaur. So, birds, we can trace our ancestry back to that first dinosaur. So are birds a kind of dinosaur? Yes! They are. Other critters that people think of as being dinosaur-like, like say Komodo dragons, are they dinosaurs? No. Nor are the mosasaurs, or the ichthyosaurs, or the plesiosaurs, or the turtles, or the pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, what members of the public call pterodactyls. Not dinosaurs. They're very close to the origin of Dinosauria, but they're just outside it. They're not actually dinosaurs themselves. Does that make sense? So, here. Is this critter a dinosaur? No, it's a plesiosaur. It's a different kind of reptile. It's not a dinosaur. There were no dinosaurs that lived in the oceans during the Mesozoic, except for a handful of pelagic aves like Hesperornis and stuff like that. But is this a dinosaur right here? There we go. Is this a dinosaur? Yes! It is. A hummingbird is a kind of bird, which makes it a kind of dinosaur. So yeah. Anywho. Oh, and Lilith, well, you were too kind. I don't know what to say. A nectar fiend. There you go, Lilith. And Deedle Wicket has a question about a specific specimen. Fully preserved Ankylosaurus. I know I butchered the name. Oh, you're talking about Borealopelta from Alberta. Yeah. Have they imaged the organs of the fossil? No, so that part isn't preserved. The soft tissues were not preserved. Just the bone and the osteoderms and much of the armor. Much of the skin, too. But the internal organs are not preserved. There is another internal organ, potentially, for a dinosaur. We'll talk about that in a minute. It's on my docket for today. We have a purported fossil heart from a dinosaur, but it's controversial. Anyway, but the critter you're talking about is Borealopelta, I'm sure. This incredible specimen that you can see at the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller, Alberta. Let's see here. So we can find you a decent short video on this critter, but it is extraordinary. Super well preserved. The name means Northern Shield, Borealopelta. Here we go. Looks like Godzilla. It's actually a dinosaur. It is. It's an ankylosaur, one of the armored dinosaurs. It almost looks lifelike. I mean, yeah, it almost looks like it's just asleep. You know? Pretty extraordinary, this critter. Yeah, so its belly may contain the remnants of its last meal. So there is preserved plant material, ferns, and maybe some conifer needles and some charcoal inside its stomach. Inside its belly, I should say, inside its guts. But the soft tissue of the stomach itself is not preserved. I think it was just the stuff that was in there, if that makes sense. Yeah. Now, Raph says, is that real or a reproduction? No, that's the real deal. Yeah, that's the actual specimen there. More than 7,000 hours to prepare it for research and display. Let's find... There was another news report. Here we go. It's Borealopelta markmitchellii, and it's named after this guy. You'll see why in a second.
Protecting itself against predation.
There we go.
Back in 2011, rock containing an armored dinosaur was discovered near Fort McMurray. Over the past 5.5 years or so, a guy by the name of Mark Mitchell, a tech at the Royal Tyrrell Museum, Mark's spending about more than
He's got the best accent, too.
hours gently extracting the fossil from the rock. Now the dinosaur...
Not this guy. Mark Mitchell has
named
the
in
best
Mark's
accent.
honor. I think I'm going to say this correctly here. Borealopelta markmitchellii.
Markmitchellii.
Mark Mitchell joins us this morning via Skype from the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller. Now, Mark, did I say that accurately? Is that the correct way to say it?
Yes, yes.
I did. Okay, so
Pretty much.
Borealopelta markmitchellii, you
That was a tongue twister, but yes.
Yeah, a tongue twister, but how does it feel to have a dinosaur named after you?
Well, this is absolutely fantastic. This has been like a childhood dream come true. I've been interested in dinosaurs since I was like 5 years old. Yeah. To have any dinosaur, let alone one as spectacular as this one named after it, just, yeah, it's super cool.
I mean, that is like a certain degree of immortality this man has achieved now. And it took 5 years of his life to do this. Preparing that specimen took 5 years because it was more or less destroyed at the outset. Like, here. The team excavating it did not know what they were doing. It's a real shame. Here.
Fossil.
Right away.
They were, to be fair, they were working on a time crunch. Like, this is in an active mine. You know, nobody was looking for this fossil. The heavy equipment operator noticed something really weird, and he called in some paleontologists, and they tried to get this thing out of there as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, a little too quickly. You'll see what happened. And it's muted. Is the video muted? Hang on a second. Properties. There we go. That should work. Sorry. Windows had an update this morning, and now a bunch of my audio settings are all thrown off. Apologies. And latest Kate says, does finding fossils stop construction like finding bones can? In some jurisdictions, yes. So, like, if a certain region has laws on the books that protect paleontological resources, as they're often called, then yeah. So, like in California, for instance, if there are fossils discovered during construction, they should call in a paleontologist. Some excavations, some construction projects, they might actually require a paleontologist to be there on site even before anything gets found. But it depends on what the local laws are. Yeah. So here we go. Here's the fossil inside of here, and they didn't really do the typical thing that we do, where we have strips of burlap soaked in plaster of Paris. You know, this stuff, what other people might call jute in other parts of the world. Jute fabric, or hessian, I've heard it called as well. We call it burlap here in the States. This is what we typically use to make a protective cocoon around a fossil so that we can get it out of the ground safely without it crumbling. They don't seem to have done that in this case. And so, yeah. Oh, it hurts my heart. So under normal circumstances, in a situation like this, you would not only use burlap, but also you would reinforce this with wood. You would build kind of like a frame around it, you know, trying to avoid this kind of outcome. Just, yeah. So it seemed like this thing was destroyed until preparator Mark Mitchell got to work. And holy cow, the guy is a miracle worker.
It's super cool. And well, you were telling me during the commercial break that you do not have any kids, but you have nieces and nephews, and they don't know about this yet. But you're going to be the coolest uncle on the planet.
Well, I have two brothers that back in Saskatoon, and they haven't heard about this yet. But
back in Saskatoon.
Oh, very, very interesting.
Tonight.
Okay, so Borealopelta Mark Michelli, over your shoulder there, that's not the actual fossil, that's a cast, right?
Cast of the skull.
That is a cast which I painted to match the original.
Okay, and can you tell us about this dinosaur? What was this creature like?
This was a plant-eating dinosaur.
It took 5 years to put it back together.
18 feet long, weighed about...
And you can see there's still some of the cracks there from where this thing crumbled.
Just over a ton, about the size of a rhino, walked on 4 legs. So very squat and also very wide, and would be covered with armor plates. So its skin would be pretty much like that of a crocodile.
Oh, okay, okay. And is the armor to protect it from, I guess, meat-eating dinosaurs? Is that why?
Yes, most likely, yes.
Okay.
It had like large shoulder spines and big armor plates on the neck for protecting itself against predation.
Okay, and what other maybe more famous dinosaurs would have been alive at the same time as this creature?
So this is from what, like the late part of the early Cretaceous, late part of the lower Cretaceous? So it'd be around the same time as like Acrocanthosaurus, maybe?
It was a dinosaur that's been known from the southern United States called Acrocanthosaurus, which was a very large converse dinosaur.
Yeah, one of Lenina's favorite dinosaurs. Acrocanthosaurus is one of the animals that would have potentially preyed on Borealopelta. At least this guy is known from places like North Carolina and Texas, Oklahoma. Acrocanthosaurus atokensis, after I think, was it Atoka County in Oklahoma? But yeah, this is a like roughly T-Rex sized dinosaur that was walking around at the same time that Borealopelta was. Borealopelta is from further north. We don't know if Acrocanthosaurus made it that far north into Canada, but there would have been a similar animal, because I think we have teeth from the same formation that Borealopelta is from, that match up with a critter like this. So the same general kind of dinosaur, a close relative, most likely lived alongside Borealopelta and probably ate him.
Sir, pushing about T-Rex size.
Hey, Dan the BC man.
So
welcome.
Potentially could have been a predator as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
and have you come, I mean, the official name is Borealopelta Mark Michelli, but is there a nickname for this dinosaur or anything like that?
Not really. We tried various things, but nothing's really stuck. We just usually refer to it as the notosaur.
It's not the Marcosaur or anything like this?
Nothing like that, no.
Okay, okay. And is the creature on display right now at the museum?
Yes, yes it is. It's been on display since May 12th.
May 12th, okay. And how have you kept the naming under the wraps for so long?
Well, the researchers, they kept the secret. I didn't find out till last Monday. And
Oh, really? They didn't even tell him. Wow. Imagine that, where like you're working on this project, you're piecing this critter together for 5 years after that debacle earlier when the whole thing crumbled. You pour 5 years of your life into this, and then they tell you, oh yeah, thanks for doing that. We're naming it after you now. This dinosaur will bear your name. How cool is that, you know? How cool is that?
Secrecy, so I had to keep my lips sealed.
Yeah, okay. And we're looking at video of the creature on display right now, and I can see kind of the skin that you were talking about and the protective measures that the creature would have had. And you're saying it was a plant eater.
Yes.
So it didn't eat any meat at all. It was just a plant eater. Okay.
They had very small, simple teeth along the side of the jaw, and basically a beak like a tortoise.
I see. And we're seeing pictures of you as you were working to extract the fossil. How painstakingly patient of a human being do you have to be to do this?
Yeah, it takes an incredible amount of patience because the rock on this specimen was very hard, like
It's called
concrete.
fossil preparation. Fossil prep.
It was very soft, very chalky, so it was very difficult to separate the matrix from the bone surface. And this specimen also had a lot of organic traces of the skin, so that was also tricky to expose as well.
I think you're thinking of Leoninosaurus.
Congratulations, Mark. The Boreal Pelta Mark Michelli on display right now at the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller. Make sure you contact your brothers in Saskatoon and let them know that you officially now have a dinosaur named after you.
Absolutely.
Pretty darn cool.
For joining us this morning, Mark. Mark joining us via Skype from...
Yeah. Here's a link to that video there. Anyhow. Pretty neat. For dinosaurs like this, like Borealopelta, it is kind of a mystery how they would have been able to, well, I guess it takes some imagination to try and figure out how they would have reproduced. But, you know, you kind of picture them rearing up on their hind legs and... Yeah. It's maybe not as much of a mystery as it is for other dinosaurs like, say, stegosaurs. Like, how do you get the parts lined up properly? We'll talk about that in a little bit, given our VALENDINOS theme today. But first, I want to talk about preservation. I want to talk about dinosaur parts. I want to talk about Willow, the little dinosaur with a heart. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. Willow, the little dinosaur with a heart. Uh-oh. Let's see if this is any good. This just came out last month.
It looked like an ordinary dinosaur fossil on a museum table, until a hospital-grade CT scanner revealed something hiding in its chest.
This is not in here. That's a Tyrannosaur jaw right there. They're using some stock footage.
A dense, iron-rich lump shaped eerily like a four-chambered heart.
And here, this is not even the best introduction. Give me a second here. Let's see if I can find that. Some of these other videos no longer exist, it seems. So... hang on. Brains and shoot, where's the heart part? All right, trying to find this footage for you. All right, that's from egg fossils. might not have it anymore. They may have gotten rid of that. They do this sometimes. Yeah, shoot. I don't think we have it anymore. Gosh darn it. I can just explain this to you then. This is from 2006. New clues at the heart of first ever dinosaur find. So here's a dinosaur called Thescelosaurus, and Thescelosaurus would have looked a little bit like this in life. It's a beaky, plant-eating dinosaur. There's a nice reconstruction. We've got good evidence that they actually dug burrows and may have raised their young in them. This is a dinosaur that lived at the same time and place as T-Rex and Triceratops and Pachycephalosaurus and Ankylosaurus. Thescelosaurus, little, probably fast-running, maybe burrowing dinosaur. Kind of picture like a deer or something like that. This is a dinosaur that would have occupied a similar kind of place in the ecosystem. It's a little run-around herbivore. And when I say little, like they could get up to like close to 20 feet long or something. It's not a small animal by today's standards, but by dinosaur standards, it's not the biggest. Little Thescelosaurus. Anywho. There's a specimen named Willow at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences. And there's a weird mass in its chest. And this has been interpreted as potentially a fossilized heart. So, it's controversial. Here in this article from 2006, they're more confident about it. The world's first dinosaur with a fossilized heart is now on display in North Carolina. Nicknamed Willow, North Carolina scientists uncovered the 600-pound, 13-foot-long Thescelosaurus in South Dakota in 1993. Willow was named for the wife of a rancher on whose property the remains were found, so I guess it's from private land. What made the find so special was a grapefruit-sized object found in the dinosaur's chest cavity. It turned out to be a heart, complete with ventricles and aorta. This is no longer the consensus, you know? It seemed like, at the time, the people working on it were pretty sure this was a heart, and upon further inspection by other researchers, there's been a lot of doubt cast on this, I'll put it that way. And Golganek, they did CT scan it. Yeah, that's how they saw lumps that they interpreted as an aorta and different ventricles, but it is just kind of a lump, you know? So yeah. But yeah, hang on, we've got some questions here. Any videos of you talking about the dinosaur feathered tail? We have talked about that before, Victoria. I don't remember when. But yeah. We can maybe talk about that another time, but I've got other subjects we got to cover for VALENDINOS today. And Deedlewicket says, isn't it more widely known now that almost all dinosaurs had feathers except being armored species? Here, I can kind of walk you through which dinosaur groups we know had feathers at this point. It's quite a few. So dinosaurs are everything from this node upward. So all of these guys up here are dinosaurs. We have direct, irrefutable evidence of feathers on the theropod branch. So all of the two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs, at least ancestrally, may have had feathers. Some groups may have lost those feathers, like spinosaurs. So, yeah. Here, I'll just rattle off these dinosaurs here. Triceratops, no evidence for feathers. Same for Pachycephalosaurs. We don't have any evidence of feathers on them either. Hadrosaurs, there may be some kind of quilly, feathery thing going on here. There's a new paper about that that just came out last Friday, which is really exciting. We might get to that if we have time later. Sauropods, no evidence of feathers yet. Same for the other sauropodomorphs. No feathers. We might have feathers in some of the early ornithopod or ornithopod-adjacent ornithischian dinosaurs, things like Colindodromeus. But for the thyreophorans, ankylosaurs, stegosaurs, scutellosaurs, and so, no evidence of feathers on them either. So we don't know exactly when feathers first evolved, and the feathery things we have on this guy, we don't know if they're the same structure as the true feathers in theropods. A lot of this is still pretty mysterious, and there's still arguments about this. But again, now that we've got, here. Now that we've got this new guy, yeah, whose name means spiny dragon, Haolong, from China. These little spine quill things on this critter may or may not be feathers. They do differ from the protofeathers of non-avian theropods.
It may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. I'll tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you, Camaro King, for the 500 bits.
Because if they're removed,
appreciate that very much. Thank you, Camaro King.
Forever.
And thank you, Dragon Wizard, for subscribing. That's a recurring subscription right there. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the community. Enjoy not having to watch any ads on here for as long as you stay subscribed. Enjoy the emotes. Emotes like these and these and these. And even our new leatherback turtle emotes like these too. Enjoy, Dragon Wizard. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate it. Anywho, this critter... How long? It had these quilly things, which may or may not be feathers. We're not totally sure. Yeah. Production of this article included the use of AI? Ew! Yeah, no thanks. Let's find something better. Miami Herald. Thigh News. There we go. This is going to be much better here. So if you want to read about this, you can do that here. Yeah. Anyhow. We'll get back to Thescelosaurus here. Did this dinosaur actually have a heart preserved in it? This willow specimen. And that is really exciting, Casey. Good to see you, by the way, Casey. We get another shout out for Casey Snowart, who I was able to stream with in person in Colorado the other day. It was back on Tuesday. Hope you're doing well, Casey. Thank you again for joining us. And yeah, that was pretty cool. I would talk more about that, but we've got Valentinos Day to Valendino's stuff today to discuss. I think we'll get more into the Colorado stuff on Monday. But don't let me interrupt. No, you're all good, Casey. You can interrupt any time. That's famed Twitch artist Casey Snowart there. For anybody who's not yet following her, you're missing out. Go follow her right now. She does all kinds of cool art, oftentimes focusing around animals, including dinosaurs. So go give her a follow.
If this structure once beat, it could rewrite what we know about dinosaur biology, potentially proving they were warm-blooded athletes and not sluggish giants.
But we kind of knew this already, though. This video is kind of old hat. Yeah, and it's funny that the comments are kind of pointing this out. Anyway,
But almost no museum dares to display its full story. Why would the only possible dinosaur heart in existence be left in scientific limbo?
Is this another one of these, like, AI-generated script videos? Oh, goodness.
The answer starts in the Badlands of South Dakota, with a fossil no one expected to matter. The Hell Creek Formation
No one expected to matter. What are you talking about? It's a dinosaur fossil. Of course it's exciting. They wouldn't have dug it up if they didn't expect it to matter. What are you talking about?
Stretches across the windswept corners of South Dakota, a place where ranch fences cut through ancient riverbeds and the bones of...
Yeah, this is not where you'd find fossils. Like, this is just garbage stock footage. Like, this is too green. You're not going to find fossils there.
Are once again invaluable.
That's Salor. Thank you for the 22 months of support. I really appreciate that, Salor. Thank you, thank you.
Vanished world surface after heavy rains. In the early 1990s, this was the backdrop for a quiet hunt. No film crews, no crowds, just fossil preparator Michael Hammer and his son Jeff.
No film crew. It's very rare to have a film crew on a fossil expedition. Like, when I bring my camera out there and we do live streams from the field, that's novel. Like, most of the crews that I join, they're like, yeah, we've never had a camera out here. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Walking the scrub with their eyes on the ground. Among scattered fragments and weathered...
I think that's Susan Hendrickson right here. Like, these are images that are not really related to this.
Bone. They found a skeleton, unlike the showstoppers that fill museum halls.
It's not unlike the showstoppers. It is nearly, like, it is such a beautiful specimen. Like, this is just wrong. Like, it is undeniably beautiful. Like, holy cow, you almost never find them this complete. Like, that's extraordinary, you know? The willow specimen is gorgeous. Like, almost everything about this video is wrong so far.
It was pony-sized, maybe 3 meters from nose to tail. A plant eater called the Celosaurus neglectus. Not a celebrity like T-Rex, but a survivor from the very end of the age of dinosaurs.
And that's also a survivor from the very end of... It didn't survive the end of the age of dinosaurs. That's why it's the end of the age of dinosaurs. I don't know how much more of this I could take. Oh, boy.
Hammer knew the Hell Creek beds could be generous, but this dinosaur looked ordinary at first glance.
And this is a Triceratops skull right here. You can see the orbit, you can see the brow horn, nasal horn, nares. Like, none of this is relevant.
The bones were
garbage. Garbage. Basura. This is dog water. This is like a bad sculpt of a Tyrannosaurus skeleton. You know what? I'm done with this video. Thumbs down. Again, there used to be some decent videos on YouTube about this, and now they seem to be gone. I'm not sure why. It might have something to do with the BBC just being very litigious in terms of, like, copyright strikes on YouTube. And they'll occasionally just, like, take their own videos down for some reason. Anyway, the thing about Willow, the little dinosaur with a heart, and there used to be a great webpage about this too that I think might also... I don't know. Anyway, here we go. Riley Black wrote an article about this a while ago. Excuse me. Preserved inside a concretion cradle within the dinosaur's ribcage were the remains of its major cardiac muscle, but not everyone has been in agreement that Willow has a heart at all. Though discovered in 1993, Willow's major public debut came via a science paper published in April 2000. For context, the journal Science is, depending on how you count it, either the most or the second most prestigious journal in paleontology. When you publish in this journal, like, that can help you get a job as a young researcher. Like, this can make your career if you happen to be first author on a paper in the journal Science. Some people say that Science and Nature, these two high-impact journals, are kind of more scientific tabloids than they are real journals, but the point is, like, hiring committees and academic deans, they look at something like this and they go, wow, you got a paper in Nature or Science? We want to hire you, you know? So the fact that this was first published in Science is a big deal. April 2000. Written by Paul Fisher, Dale Russell, and colleagues, the study concluded that the iron concretion in Willow's chest were the preserved remnants of a 4-chambered heart. Overall, the heart of this Thescelosaurus appeared to be more bird-like than reptile-like, a finding that had important implications for studies of dinosaur physiology. If dinosaurs, even those distantly related to birds, his Thescelosaurus is not a close relative of birds. It's on the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree. So again, Thescelosaurus would be on this branch near Parasaurolophus. Birds are way over here. They're on the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree. So if dinosaurs, even those distantly related to birds, had avian-type hearts, they probably had other bird-like metabolism. They have probably had bird-like metabolisms, too. Yeah, but in February 2011, Timothy Rowe, Earl McBride, and Paul Serino critiqued the other team's analysis in the same journal, in the journal Science, concluding the object is not a fossilized heart, but an ironstone concretion that only superficially looked like a heart. So, it's like a trick of the eye, is what they were saying. Russell and co-authors responded that this structure was more consistent with the shape of a heart, and therefore a heart it must be. A study published in Naturwissenschaften, which is like a high-profile German scientific journal, paper by Timothy Cleland, Michael Stoskopf, and Mary Schweitzer, throws new support to the contentions of Rowe and other paleontologists. After re-examining the fossil by way of high-resolution CT scans, X-rays, and close-up study of the purported soft tissues, the team could not find any good evidence of Willow's heart being preserved. Instead, the organ is really a concretion formed when sand was washed inside the body and became cemented into place. So a concretion is one of these things that we see all the time in the field. You know, like when you're digging a hole in the ground and you find like a dirt clod? It's like a clump of dirt that's harder than the surrounding dirt. Over time, like over thousands or millions of years, stuff like that gets concreted together and it can basically form a bit of the rock that is kind of harder and more resilient than the stuff around it. And under certain circumstances, I guess that could look like a heart, you know? Heart-shaped dirt, says Claire Burnt. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. But there was one surprise inside the concretion. Although Willow's heart was not preserved, Cleland and co-authors found several small scraps of cell-like material. These may have come from plant debris washed into the skeleton, or they may have come from the dinosaur itself. Perhaps, scientists hypothesize, the decaying body of the dinosaur triggered the beginning of concretion formation, and some of the sand formed around the rotting tissues before they had a chance to fully decay. Frustratingly, there is not yet a way to detect the origin of these scraps, but new technologies may eventually provide the means to do so. After all, the improvements in technology since 2000 allowed paleontologists to thoroughly re-examine Willow to a deeper degree of detail. Who knows what kinds of insights new technologies will allow us to derive from long-dead dinosaurs. So there is still a chance that this mass here in the chest could be derived from the heart. It could be that, and I've heard this from several colleagues, what is the deal with Willow and the heart and everything? And what I've been told is that maybe this thing formed in place of the heart. You know, a heart, it's got a lot of blood in it. It's very, like, iron-rich. Maybe the iron that was there in the flesh interacted with the surrounding sediment and formed kind of an ironstone concretion inside. So it's not still the heart per se, but it's like an iron-rich lump that formed because the heart used to be there. Does that make sense? I'm oversimplifying here, but I'm trying to make this understandable. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this article here by Riley Black. Credit where credit is due. There we go. So yeah, I think that's why we don't really hear about this as much anymore, because, well, it doesn't seem to be a heart per se. It's not nothing, potentially. Like, there could be something really interesting there going on. But it's not as simple as, oh, it's a heart that turned to stone. You know? So anyway. And could potentially be a really helpful fossil one day, says Casey. Maybe some sort of casting around internal organs? Possibly. Yeah. We do get that kind of thing where... Here. Solnhofen... Ichthyosaur. This is something that I don't understand super well. But, here. Take a look at this. Here's a skeleton of an ichthyosaur. One of these superficially fish-like reptiles from the age of dinosaurs. Not a dinosaur, but an ancient sea reptile. Normally we just find them like this with their bones, but sometimes you actually get soft tissue that forms kind of an interesting outline around them, which is how we know that these animals had a dorsal fin and an upper fluke on their tail like this. So sometimes you get kind of a carbon film there. In special preservational circumstances, you can get that sort of thing. It's really cool. So it's not like the tissue itself is fossilized, in this case. It's that as the animal was decomposing, those decomposers, the bacteria and stuff like that, they kind of form a perfect outline. Because they were decaying the soft tissue as it was here, and the bacteria is what actually gets preserved. If this were like a bacterial mat. So that shows us the extent of the soft tissue here. Does that make sense? It's not the same thing as Willow's heart, but I'm trying to make an analogy here to make it make a little bit more sense. Where it's not the actual thing itself that's preserved, but the fact that it was there means that there's still a trace of it because of iron leaching or because of, you know, preserved bacteria, bacterial mat, that kind of thing. You know, the slime outline. There you go, Claire. But yeah. How cool is that? You know? So this is the sort of thing that I don't understand all that well. I don't really study fossilization. I don't know a lot about this, but there are paleontologists who specialize in this kind of thing. What we call diagenesis. Let's see if I can find you a video about that. Yeah, this is frustrating because we're just getting these like AI generated slop. I think the best we're gonna do here is probably this dinosaur mummy here. Here we go. So these are from this is from my friends at the North Dakota Geological Survey. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Drumheller. I'm a vertebrate paleontologist and
So I met Stephanie at SVP last year, actually at the pre-SVP field trip in North Dakota. And she's done a lot of work with these specimens. She's really cool. So her talk at SVP this past year, 2025, in Birmingham in the UK. Excellent talk. It was all about taking alligator carcasses and then putting them outside under like a little cage so that coyotes couldn't carry them away or anything. But just watching these decompose over time, seeing the natural processes involved with the decay and the disarticulation of the bones and stuff. She and her team would go and check on these every day and take photographs and take careful notes of which parts decomposed the fastest and which parts were left over the course of days and weeks and months, so that when we find fossils in the fossil record that like they're disarticulated in weird ways, parts have fallen off, or you get certain like skin pieces that are preserved and other parts are missing. We can have a modern analog for this. So we can look at this happening in real time in the modern day with an alligator specimen, and we can use that to help interpret, say, dinosaur fossils from the Mesozoic.
And taphonomist at the University of Tennessee Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences. And I specialize in how organisms interact with one another, sort of in between death and burial, and the types of traces that organisms leave behind on the bones that will eventually become fossils. So several years ago, I was contacted by Dr. Clint Boyd to come up and look at a fossil with bite marks on it that he was initially a little bit mysterious about until I finally...
Yeah, it's skin.
Hammered out when I was going to arrive. And then he said, well, I have a dinosaur mummy, but it has bite marks on it. And that immediately got my attention, because the traditional understanding of how dinosaurian mummies form
and Steph Allerex, yes,
extremely rapid burial,
but it's also really
because
cool.
The idea was if anything interrupted the remains, especially things like predators or scavengers, then that would be sort of the end of the story. You wouldn't be able to get preserved soft tissue in this way. You wouldn't get a dinosaur mummy. Maybe you'll get other kinds of fossils, but you won't get that nice skin preservation. So having bite marks on skin sort of flew in the face of that initial description.
Surprising.
But I
to say the least.
tend to look at a lot of bite marks, so I was already very interested. I wanted to come out and see what this was going to look like. And I will admit that most of the fossils that I work with tend to be on the uglier side of things. They tend to be a little bit beat up, a little bit chewed on often. But showing up and seeing this beautifully preserved animal with skin that you could see in 3 dimensions was a bit shocking, I suppose. It was not what I was used to working with. It was really bizarre for me. And it took me a little while to get my bearings.
Yeah.
But eventually, get in, start looking at the soft tissue, start looking at the damage that everybody at North Dakota had already recognized. And it became really obvious that, yes, absolutely, what we were looking at was some type of carnivore damage to one of the arms and to the tail of this animal. And at that point, I became nervous for a completely different reason, because I was also
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Hugin, thank you for the 100 bits there. Really appreciate that support.
Would there be a modern predator that could successfully hunt an ankylosaur?
A modern predator that could successfully hunt an ankylosaur. Well, what kind of ankylosaur? Maybe a little one. For a full-grown ankylosaur, maybe if it's swimming and an orca goes after it. Killer whales are like the ultimate predator on our planet, to the point where we are very, very lucky as human beings that they don't eat us. Because holy cow, if they decided they wanted to, game over, man. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, I'm going to say an orca. How's that? They also eat moose. They're one of the few animals that will eat leatherback turtles when they're mature. They like to eat the rudders off of yachts and stuff. They don't actually eat them, but, they chew them off. I'm going to go with orca. There, Hugin. Yeah. Anywho, Stephanie here. Dr. Stephanie Drumheller. Here, let me find that photo. When I was on the SVP field trip last year, before the meeting. We visited a few different places in North Dakota, and yeah, we saw some cows. Some of them were pretty big. Here's one right here. Pretty big cow. This one's called Salem Sioux. Salem Sioux? Yeah, it's very well vascularized. World's largest Holstein cow. Look at those veins. Anyway, that wasn't even the most interesting cow. The most interesting cow, one that was interesting enough to draw a crowd of paleontologists, was a dead cow that was found out near one of the field sites. There's Dr. Stephanie Drumheller right there. She's examining this. This cow has been out there for months, and it is totally desiccated. It's all dried up. And so, I wanted to get out and look, but I was in the very back of the van, because I was, like, the youngest person on that field trip. And, like, so I'm like, okay, I'll volunteer to sit in the very back of the van, climb over all the seats, because all the folks in their 70s can't do that. Anyway, yeah, she was taking pictures of this. The skull there is completely stripped of all its flesh. That's what this is right here. Can I embiggen this? Slightly. Yeah. So there's the skull, that bleached white part. But then all of the skin is still preserved. It's all dried over the top. All the guts are missing, all the soft tissue on the inside. But the skin is just all dried hard over the top of it. So it's basically just cowhide over a stripped clean skeleton. Really interesting. And so Stephanie was really interested in this because maybe that's the same kind of mechanism for the preservation of these duckbill dinosaurs, where we find them with skin on them, you know? Really interesting. Yeah. Cattle mutilations, UFOs? No, it's just how these things decompose and how they get scavenged, Lilith Spartan. It's just a natural process. Yeah. And hang on, Pliny the Other says, I'm reading Darwin's Origin of Species. And he has a long discussion of why we don't see all intermediate steps between species in the fossil record. Oh boy. Yeah, that's the thing, is that Chucky D got a lot of stuff right. He didn't know it at the time, but he got that part wrong. We do have those transitions in the fossil record now. It's just that Darwin was working at a time when paleontology was still a brand new science. I think the word paleontology was like less than 30 years old at the time that Darwin wrote and published Origin of Species, 1859. I think the word paleontology only goes back to 1832, if I remember correctly. It's still a science in its absolute infancy. You know, dinosaurs had only been described in 1842, you know? Like 17 years earlier. Darwin barely knew what dinosaurs were. Everybody barely did. In the time since then, we have paleontology is arguably the best evidence that we have for the evolution of life on Earth. Living things changing, species giving rise to new species, and some of them going extinct, and some of them evolving and diversifying, splitting, all of this stuff. Back in the day, Darwin is almost apologetic about this in Origin. He says, well, I don't know, maybe the fossil record just is very incomplete by its nature, but we would expect to see evidence of evolution in the fossil record, but we just don't. Again, this was 1859. Nowadays, there is a beautifully overwhelming quantity of evidence of changing species in the fossil record, evolution over time. So yeah. It's kind of funny when you think about it, you know? Anyway. And Deedle Wicked says, people seem to have this amazing concept that we do not have proof of evolution. That's the thing, is that evolution is probably the best supported idea in all of biology. best supported major idea. It is like the framework that all of biology hangs on, is this idea that living things change over time, you know? Yeah. Oh, and Claire Burr says, is it nominative determinism that she works in paleontology, or is she related to the drumhellers? You know, we should ask her sometime. We should really bring Stephanie on for an interview at some point. I think that would be really cool. But, yeah. And hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? You look a little groggy. Did you just wake up? Did you just wake up? I think you did. Yeah. Anyway, this is one of my landlords here. Mini Pie, how are you doing? I think she's also a little grouchy, given that Lordy and Ios left. Don't tell Mini Pie, but they're going to be gone for maybe like 2 weeks. So she's going to be looking for some extra attention. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. What do you think, Minnie? You want some treats? Is that what you want? Okay, let's make that happen. It's Protoceratops. Oh. Whoa, look at all those. That's too many. Try this. What do you think? No? You can do it? What? Hope your teeth aren't bothering you. What is it? What's going on? What is it? Do you not even really want treats? She just wants attention right now. Okay. Oh. Well, maybe you're coming back? So indecisive, Mini Pie. This is not like you. Cat treats and cat saliva all over my desk now. Here, we'll let Dr. Drumheller continue here while I clean this mess up.
Familiar with the forensics literature. So obviously, bite marks can be studied in a paleontological context, but there are plenty of reasons why anthropologists might be interested in them as well. And on the forensic side of things, this is often related to trying to identify human remains in a medical legal context. And there's an extensive literature out there about why bite marks on soft tissue are really bad and should not be used in a medical legal context, because soft tissue tends to deform. So if you have any decomposition or any healing, that's going to warp the shape of the bite, and that's not going to let you know who exactly left it there. So I knew that bite marks on soft tissue were problematic, but people were really wanting me to identify who the trace maker was. And we lucked out a little bit because, yes, we had bite marks in the soft tissue, which was cool and bizarre by itself, but we also had some on bone. And obviously bone is a lot more rigid, it's a lot more solid than soft tissue. So when you have teeth that impact into it, it tends to preserve the shape of the tooth a bit better. And from those bite marks on the arm, at least, we were able to figure out that it was some type of crocodiliform, so a distant croc cousin that was at least damaging that part of the mummy. Yep. But while we were teasing all of that out, at the same time, I kept sort of sneaking over to other parts of the lab and looking at one of Dakota's feet, which did not have bite marks on it. And I feel like that everybody on the team was sort of shooing me back and saying, oh, you don't need to look at that. Come over here, look at the bite marks instead. That's what you're here for. But I kept coming back to the foot because it seemed familiar to me. So these animals would have been exceedingly large, and in life they would have had a fleshy pad on the underside of their feet to distribute weight. So think about something like an elephant foot. But the fossil that we were looking at didn't have a big fleshy pad preserved. It had this almost empty puddle of skin, like an emptied out balloon that was just draped across the foot and then spilled out to the side. And I realized that I had seen that kind of deflation again in the context of forensics research, where things like micro and mesopredators would come in and open up a hole into the skin, because skin is not usually what carnivores are after. They're after the tissue inside. And then they would start removing soft tissue from the inside of the carcass.
And they just kind of leave the skin
Once
there.
you've done that, once you've compromised the body wall, then all of the unpleasant gases and fluids and sort of microbial activity associated with early stages of decomposition, all of that has an escape route to get out of the remains. So what ends up happening is all of the internal tissues, all of the internal organs, the muscles, stuff like that, will decompose and leave through those openings in the body cavity. And the leftover skin that will be deflated and left behind, and it sort of unintuitively can promote mummification even in fairly dry environments.
So that's what we've got going on right here with this dead cow that Dr. Drumheller is looking at, where all of the soft tissues, all of the wet stuff on the inside has been eaten away, and you just have skin, loose skin, over the bone. And so, you know, this is out on the prairie out there in North Dakota, but say this happened near a river or something like that, where it could get buried by sediment if the river overflows its banks during like a regional flood or something. Then this could become like a cow mummy fossil, where you'd have the bone and the skin preserved. So we used to think that mummification like this, like when you get a dinosaur mummy, that it's like, oh, it has to have been buried right away before any predators or scavengers could get to it, before the soft tissue gets eaten. It turns out that that is probably incorrect. You can have something like this lying out there on the surface for months or maybe even years before it finally gets buried and still get the skin preserved, if it's allowed to dry out and desiccate.
Though it may not seem
make sense?
like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting
Camaro
science.
King.
Our tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you for the 500 bits there, Camaro King. I really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting science outreach. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this if you'd like to watch the rest of this video. It's a few minutes left, but I need to put her on my list. I think it'd be great to do an interview with Stephanie at some point. It's cool stuff. Yeah. And let's see, devolved critters weren't dinosaurs. Oh yeah, there's a ton of other animals that lived at the same time as dinosaurs. They're devolved. I know I keep showing this this image, but it's helpful. When we're looking at this, only a few of these critters are dinosaurs. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from the first dinosaur species. So all of these guys, by definition, at the top are dinosaurs, including birds. Birds are a kind of dinosaur, because we can trace them back to the origin of dinosaurs here. Dinosaurs began here. But yeah, pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, are not dinosaurs. Crocs, not dinosaurs either. Lizards are not dinosaurs. Turtles are not dinosaurs. Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. Mammals, not dinosaurs. Ichthyosaurs are not dinosaurs. There are lots of other animals that shared their world with dinosaurs during the Mesozoic. They're not dinosaurs. Most of the big animals walking around during the time of the dinosaurs were dinosaurs. Dinosaurs kind of ruled the land during the Mesozoic. But they weren't in the oceans. For instance, none of these animals in this picture from the Mesozoic are dinosaurs. These are all different kinds of reptile. From giant marine lizards to marine crocs to whatever the heck ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs are. These are different kinds of reptiles. None of them are dinosaurs. So yeah. And X-Riker Red says birds are dinosaurs but not lizards? Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Again, the way that we classify living things as scientists is based on what they're actually related to. We don't classify living things based on living things or extinct things. When I say living things, I mean organisms, critters. We don't classify critters based on vibes, based on what they look like or how they make us feel, or, you know, whatever their deal is. We classify living things based on their ancestry. So when we say that something is a dinosaur, that means something very specific. It means it evolved from that first dinosaur species. If it didn't evolve from that first dinosaur species, then it is not a dinosaur, cannot be a dinosaur, will never be a dinosaur. So birds evolved from small, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs. Critters closely related to Velociraptor right here. That's why it looks so bird-like. It's because it's very close to the origin of birds. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. Lizards are not. Lizards are on a different branch of the reptile family tree, separate from dinosaurs. Lizards are way over here on the reptile family tree. They are not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? So yeah. So, this animal right here, not a dinosaur. A Komodo dragon is a kind of lizard. It's the world's largest living lizard today. Not a dinosaur. However, this animal right here is a dinosaur. Macaroni penguin is a kind of bird, and birds are a kind of dinosaur. Pretty cool to think about, right? Yeah. But yeah, that is a, there you go, Lenina. I don't know if they can really move like that, flamingos, but that is a dinosaur. Yeah. Varan and friends, yeah, Golganek, yeah. But yeah. And hey, Cloudy Sprite, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Anywho, I figure, let's see, we talked a little bit about dinosaur hearts. Well, here, let's take a look at the 500-pound dinosaur heart here. Hopefully this doesn't destroy our YouTube upload. I'm gonna try it with the audio muted. Let's see if this works. There we go. So this is from a documentary called Attenborough and the Giant Dinosaur, featuring the true King of England. At least, if I'd been allowed to vote in that election, I would have voted for him, you know? I don't know how you managed to pooch that one, UK. Vote better next time. Well, I guess as an American, I can't really say that, huh? Like we're so much better. Ugh. Anyway. So this is a giant sauropod dinosaur called Patagotitan, and then here is a nifty kind of illustration just showcasing how enormous this animal was by highlighting how big its heart was, or how big its heart must have been. We don't have a fossilized heart from this animal, but given its size, its dimensions, certain aspects of its biology that we can infer, we can kind of imagine how big the heart must have been, how large that heart would need to be in order to sustain this animal during life. Yeah. That's not this dinosaur 6 feet in circumference. This is its heart. 6 feet in circumference. This is bigger than the heart of some whales, you know? Most whales. In fact, this heart is bigger than some whales are. It's bigger than, it's certainly bigger than this whale. The vaquita. There you go, Casey, yeah. Yeah. Huge. Again, that's the heart. Just the heart alone would have weighed more than 3 grown men. The dinosaur itself would have weighed like as much as a jetliner. Murph asks, would you hear it thump from the outside? I don't know, Murph. That's a good question. Given that these animals were so airy, not hairy, airy, pneumatized. Here's a different kind of sauropod, but it still helps illustrate the point. This is a much, much smaller specimen. This is Diplodocus or Gallimiopus or somebody like that. Everything you see in blue is air. Pneumatic diverticula in the cervical vertebrae, so like air-filled spaces in the neck bones. Big ol' air sacs in the torso, and there's the big lung right there. The heart would be here, presumably, behind the scapula and coracoid in the animal's chest. But yeah, so much of this animal is air that maybe it would be easier to hear its heartbeat from the outside than in a big mammal like an elephant. Elephants are much more dense. They're not built nearly as efficiently as an animal like this. These guys are all full of air. It's one of the secrets to their success, I think. One of the reasons they were able to grow so incredibly large. So, like, these absolutely dwarf the biggest land mammals that have ever lived. A sauropod like this, just astonishingly large. We're talking like jet plane sized, you know? Absolutely enormous creature. No mammal has even approached this size on land. It's extraordinary to think about, and it's because these guys were built like birds. Air sacs and hollows throughout their bodies would have made them much less dense than you would otherwise imagine. Like, looking at an animal this big, you'd be like, oh shoot, that's gotta weigh, what, 150 tons? No, it would weigh less than that, because it's built so efficiently. Beautifully evolved to walk around on land. Just incredible. And Henny says, are those air gaps like sinuses? Were they not connected to the respiratory system? They were connected to the respiratory system, yeah. Yeah, so this diagram is meant to show this animal taking air in through its trachea. Like in modern birds, the air wouldn't go directly into the lungs. First, it would go into a series of air sacs. It's a very efficient way of breathing. It's almost like circular breathing. Unlike us, as mammals, where we take a breath in, and then we breathe it out, that means that there's like a significant amount of time there where our cells are not being oxygenated. It's not very efficient. Our lungs are like simple balloons. They inflate and they deflate. An animal like this, just like in modern birds, when it takes a breath in, that breath first goes into the air sacs, and then it gets squeezed out of those air sacs into these pneumatic diverticula throughout the skeleton, and then some of it gets squeezed into there and some of it goes into the lungs. But anyway, while that first breath is going into the lungs, the animal is taking another breath. And so you've got 3 or maybe even 4 breaths going at the same time, circulating through constantly. Unlike us, where we breathe in, and then we breathe out, and while we're breathing out, like, our cells are not getting oxygen. These animals are constantly replenishing the oxygen supply in their bodies all the time. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. And there you go, his Mustang. Kind of like a turbo for cars. Is that how that works, Scoobs? I thought a turbo was where it... Maybe I'm thinking of a cold air intake. Where it cools the air so that when the piston fires, it causes more of a heat change.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones.
Oh, boy.
You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never...
Poor John Oliver. Thank you, Nix76, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, and Mayor Space says so they can breathe while they breathe. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, dog, I heard you like sauropods, so I put air sacs in your sauropods so you can breathe while you breathe. Anywho. Yeah. And Devolve says, is the dinosaur respiratory system an assumption based on its skeletal structure, or is it somehow fact? I mean, it's part of it is based on the EPB. So the extant phylogenetic bracket. We know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, and we know that birds have got this respiratory system today because we can observe them. We can study them in the field or in the lab, cut them open, and look at how they work. So we know that for birds. And we know birds had to evolve that at some point. So is that a special thing that birds evolved after they split from the rest of the dinosaurs? Or is it something that they inherited from their dinosaur ancestors? Well, by looking at the fossilized bones of dinosaurs, we can tell that they had this same kind of structure with the air sacs surrounding the lungs like this. We've got these pneumatic foramina in their bones. So these spaces, just like in bird vertebrae, where the air actually goes through the bones themselves. Super, super cool. So we have circumstantial evidence for this, and we have direct evidence too. Well, we don't yet really have like fossilized lungs or air sacs. We can tell that the respiratory system was hooked up to these bones based on how hollow the bones are and all these holes that shoot through them, just like in birds. It's really, really cool. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah. A turbo is like a little jet hooked up to the intake. Oh, there you go, Mayor Space, yeah. So it basically forces the air into the intake, right? Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, pretty cool. But yeah, if you'd like to learn more about this, the guys at SVPOW put together some good blog posts about this. Yeah. Sauropod vertebra picture of the week. Here's a link. They do good stuff. They do real good stuff. Is there something you would like changed about this, says Claire? Oh, that's neat. Yeah, that works, Claire. Yeah, EPB, I like that. Little cartoony here, but that's fine. Not a big deal. I like that this is an ornithischian dinosaur. If it were a theropod, I'd be like, well, the bird branch should be coming off of this one. But given this is an ornithischian, they do all share a common ancestor, so it works. Nice work, Claire. Yeah. Nice. That is a joke. Yeah, I know, gay hibiscus. Oh, boy. What's really funny is Kent Hovind and Discovery Institute hate each other. There's so much infighting among creationist groups, it's kind of hilarious. And I think both of them also hate Answers in Genesis. I don't know. It's funny how charlatans just can't get along, you know? Like, grifters... They tend not to be agreeable people. You love to see it, Splittina. Yeah. You know how I feel about that? This is how I feel about that. Yeah. Let them fight. Yeah. Hibiscus says, I never hear of creationists anymore here in Canada. Oh, you've got them up there for sure. Hibiscus, especially in Alberta. Well, oddly enough, it's like a dinosaur capital of Canada. But yeah, you definitely get them there. Manitoba. Ontario. Oh, yeah. It's a problem. It's a problem. Anyway. But let's continue with our theme for today. Here, I think we might even have a new high-res link for this. There we go. Excellent. All right. As is our Valendino's tradition, we're going to use this as a springboard for discussion here. This is an old episode of Paleo World, Season 1, Episode 9, entitled, no giggling, Dino Sex. It's part of life. It's how living things reproduce themselves. Unless they reproduce asexually, which dinosaurs did not, as far as we know. This is going to be fun. We'll take a look at this. And again, we're all adults here. We're all mature people. We can talk about these scientific concepts without getting too giggly or anything, right? I'm trusting you to be mature right now, chat. Don't make me think that that was a mistake, huh? Anywho. Let's have a look and let's get it started.
On those hot Jurassic nights, how did the dinosaurs make the Earth move?
Oh boy. I forgot. This is very kind of tongue-in-cheek, isn't it? Well, we can be more mature than the documentary.
For millions of years, their sex lives have remained a primordial puzzle. Now science is giving us a tantalizing look at how these creatures courted, mated, and cared for their young. It's time we had a frank talk about dinosaur sex.
All rise for the paleontology anthem, the Paleo World anthem. Show when I was a kid. I'm watching this thing. Someday I'm gonna do this. Someday I'm gonna be a paleontologist. I'm gonna be doing this kind of work, and oh yeah. is that, you know?
For 65 million years, the love lives of the dinosaurs have been a dark mystery.
66 million years. Not that this came out a million years ago, but now we've got better dates.
Probably the least researched and most misunderstood part of dinosaur behavior is sex. Mere bones tell us little about acts of the flesh. At last, paleontologists such as Bob Baca are piecing together a complete picture of dinosaurs as creatures that pursued life with a passion.
Kurt says we need a mating fossil. There are some of those, not for dinosaurs yet, but for other critters. Like turtles. We do have some fossils of turtles preserved while mating. Pretty extraordinary. Researchers have discovered 9 mating pairs, 9 of the extinct turtle Aleochelys crassosculpta from the Messel Pit fossil site in Germany. The male to the right is about 20% smaller than the female. So male and female. Yeah, caught in the act. You know, not the worst way to go, maybe. Yeah, pretty extraordinary. The short tail of a female specimen. The tails of paired turtles are seen aligned with one another. This is the very position in which the tails are held when living turtles mate. So, famously, male turtles tend to have much longer tails than females. And they'll often use the tail to kind of hang on to the female as they're mating. So this is true of hard-shelled turtles. It's, I think, true of tortoises. The males have longer tails. It's true of sea turtles, including leatherback turtles. The males have got much longer tails than the females. And so this is part of the reason why they could tell that these critters were actually mating. Is that, shoot, one's got a short tail, one's got a long tail. They're stuck together in the same way that modern turtles are sometimes when they mate. So yeah, pretty neat. There you go, Rushwing. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anyhow. And mod sword. There you go, Linnea. Yeah. And end to end. I think this may be, like, after they died, the male kind of fell off. I think that's the idea, Claire. It's not like they're frozen in time. Like, they did go and die. So, yeah. I think that's the idea. Anyway, here's a link if you want to take a look. Whoop. There we go. So yeah, most of the pictures of sea turtles that you'll see depict females because the females are the only ones who ever come up onto the beach. The males don't do that. So here's a male leatherback turtle. Female leatherback turtle. One here. The females are frankly much better studied than the males because the males spend their entire lives out at sea. And so they tend to be kind of elusive. Unless they are captured at sea, hopefully by a research vessel, and not by somebody who's going to accidentally or intentionally kill them. But yeah, here is a male leatherback turtle. With any luck, I might get to be on this same research vessel this September. Cross your fingers, chat, that works, but I have been invited if everything goes smoothly. If they have the budget and the proper weather and if all the parts align, yeah, I'll get to be on this same boat. Anyway, check out how long the tail is on this this male leatherback turtle. It goes way out past the pygal process on the carapace. The tail is long. Females don't have that long tail. It's much shorter on them. So yeah. And Henny says, is that aerodynamic? Oh, the carapace? Absolutely, yeah. So that streamlined shell is it's pretty extraordinary, you know? In fact, I think we might even have a video that helps explain that. I'll show that in a minute, maybe after our ads conclude here. But leatherback turtles are these extraordinary animals that I'm super excited to get involved with this year. We've been interviewing different researchers about leatherback turtles, and I'm currently planning a trip with Lordy to Florida. Looks like we're gonna go in May, and I'm hoping to see some leatherback turtles in person, and hopefully stream that. We might even get to show some leatherback turtles live on stream. I'm hoping for adults, maybe hatchlings too. Could be either or, could be both. But that would be truly extraordinary. Because they are just such a remarkable animal. They're one of the most extraordinary creatures on our planet. Just astonishing. World's largest living turtle. They're straight out of the Cretaceous period, you know? If we have any new viewers here, I'm always happy when people say, I had no idea this animal existed. Thank you for showing it to me. And sometimes it's a little frustrating. People say, wait, dude, that's not real, right? That's AI? Like, there's no way a turtle's that big. But no, they absolutely are. They're just extraordinary creatures. You know? Just astonishing. Yeah. Anyway, the keels on the carapace there, that soft, flexible carapace, it's unlike the shell of any other turtle on our planet. It is unique. That is help with streamlining. In fact, I think we have a, don't we have a special video about this? Yeah, we do. Where is that? Oh yeah, I found a video in Japanese. I don't speak Japanese. I don't understand Japanese. But I still decided to do my best to translate this for everyone. So here's a quick little video on leatherback turtles with some mistranslations thrown in there. Take a look.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は上から見ると他のカメに比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてキールがある、モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく速く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ、見た目の大きな特徴として、他のカメのような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は 細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが。
There you go. Mayor Spaces, I don't have even half that many bone plates. I mean, you are not... Even though you are a wonderful creature in your own right, Mayor of Space, you are not a divine being like Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. Anyway. Yeah. Extraordinary animal. It really is. I'm glad you enjoyed that, everybody. This was a lot of fun to make. Yeah. Oh, and Dr. Terra, has that been published now? Excellent. I was talking to the authors of this paper at SVP back in November. Very cool. Yeah. Kerry Woodruff and Brian Curtis are two friends of the channel who are authors on this. But, yeah, pretty cool. We talked about this a little bit last week, right? Or the week before? But, yeah. Dragon Wizard says, I'm still stuck on the red poison machine. That's, here. It's a real thing. You could talk to Shark Geek about this, too. There are more people who are killed every year by vending machines than by sharks. It's like way more. Yeah. And I'm not just talking about due to, you know, sugar overload or diabetic comas or anything like that. I'm talking about the vending machine physically killing someone, you know? And poison pollution, exactly, Scoops, yeah, yeah. But yeah. It's a real thing, you know? Here, we have, I think we have footage of that here. There we go.
That's what ballet is? Oh.
You promised. You can't back out like when you volunteered for that army experiment to avoid dinner at my sister's.
Mr. Simpson, you do realize this may result in hair loss, giddiness, and the loss of equilibrium.
Yeah. Just give me the syrup. It was worth it.
Hey, Homer, you want to get a beer on the way home?
I can't. I gotta take my wife to the ballet.
Gotta go see the bear in the little car, huh?
Hmm?
That's a callback to an earlier joke where Homer was... Marge says, do you want to go to the ballet? And he goes... He imagines the ballet and he thinks it's a bear driving a little... Here. We're like 3 levels deep. And,
I'd like to pledge $30. Oh, thank you.
Marge, it's public TV. They never have anything good. Where are the Geraldos? Where are the Eubankses?
They need our support. Besides, they gave me 2 tickets to the ballet.
The ballet? Woohoo!
You like ballet?
Marjorie, please. I enjoy all the meats of our cultural stew. Ah, ballet. All right. Woohoo! Yay! Yeah!
Anyway.
Ballet.
Gotta go see the bear in the little car, huh?
Invisible cola. Time to stick it to the man.
Hey, careful there, Homer. I heard somebody lost an arm in there once.
That's just an old wives' tale.
See? Beware the poison machine.
Just a little more. Got it. I'm stuck. Help me.
He's done for.
Let's get out of here.
Must get to ballet. Thomas, March. Hello? Can I get some help? Snack-related mishap.
Things are dangerous, you know?
Candy.
Hello?
Marge, this may be hard to believe, but I'm trapped inside 2 vending machines.
Sure, Homer. Trapped in vending machines. Okay.
Yeah. And then, wait, this doesn't even have the end. Hang on. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, I'm gonna have these things on my arms forever.
Homer, this is never easy to say. I'm gonna have to saw your arms off.
They'll grow back, right?
Oh, yeah.
Homer, are you just holding on to the can?
Your point being?
Anyway, so he's lucky to have been alive. To made it out of that situation alive. But, no joke, vending machines do kill a lot of people every year, not just through high sugar and stuff like that, but like, yeah. The vast majority of injuries and deaths have happened to men. That's interesting. Yeah, a similar comparison is often drawn to emphasize the rare occurrence of lethal shark attacks or wild bear encounters. So again, go follow Shark Geek. He can tell you about this, how more people are killed by vending machines every year than by sharks. That's not a joke. That is true, and that's why they have these warnings placed on them. Because while it is a rare occurrence to be killed by a vending machine, it's even more rare to be killed by a shark. Sharks don't want to hurt people, for the most part. It's extremely rare for them to actively hunt people. Compare that to the tens, if not hundreds of millions of sharks every year who are killed by people. I was looking for that parody Jaws poster with the... Google search is so crummy nowadays. There we go. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Sharks probably have a public service announcement about us. They should, Hannies, yeah. Yeah. There are so many different shark species right now which are threatened with extinction because of human activities. It really is heartbreaking, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I guess this is on Redbubble? Here. If you want to buy this, you know, credit where credit is due. There you go. Yeah. Maybe somebody buy this for Shark Geek as a gift. I think he'd appreciate it. Yeah. It is a mad world, Claire. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to our documentary here with Bobby
At
B.
last, paleontologists such as Bob Baca are piecing together a complete picture of dinosaurs as creatures that pursued life with a passion.
And I asked about sharks. Just remember, you're a piece of meat swimming in a kitchen. I mean, again, you're just by the numbers, you're much more likely to eat a shark than the other way around. You know? I just hate to see sharks get such a bad rap. You know, these are creatures that have been around for 100 million years. And well, the ancestors of sharks have been around about 400 million years. And now it's the end of the line for so many of these species. They are on the verge of extinction because of human activities. It's a little rich for us to be afraid of them when, like, they might entirely cease to exist because of us, you know? That's my perspective on this. And I think Shark Geek would you know, back me up here. So yeah. Yeah. Pachycephalosaurus stegosaurus right there.
We're looking at their horns. We're looking at their hooters, the noisemakers in their snouts. Dinosaurs were as invested in sex as a bighorn sheep or a moose, because without sex, you don't get your genes into the next generation. If you don't do that, you're a Darwinian zero.
To pass.
I would take issue with something that Bacher said there, in that with bighorn sheep, they have strong sexual dimorphism. So those horns on them are not just a status symbol, they also use them directly to compete for mates. So bighorn sheep or Dall's sheep or what was the other one I saw at the museum in Denver? I forget, but the males are the ones that usually see depicted here because they have the big impressive horns. The females don't have horns like this. Like, that's nuts. Look at this animal. That's a male. The females don't have that. The females look like this. Like that. So here's a male and a female side by side. Very, very different. We do not see this in dinosaurs. So far, try as we might, looking high and low, we've not found this kind of extreme sexual dimorphism in dinosaurs. It's never been proven. Nobody's been able to demonstrate this. If there are differences in the skeletons of male and female dinosaurs, if there are any recognizable differences at all, they're very subtle. To the point where I'm not necessarily convinced that any dinosaur species have strong differences in their osteology, in their bones, between male and female. This is really important to understand, because if different dinosaur structures are sexually selected, whether we're talking about the domes on pachycephalosaurs or the spikes on them, whether we're talking about the plates on stegosaurs, if these actually evolved for sexual display, you would expect to see differences between the males and females, like we have in, say, bighorn sheep. But we don't see that in dinosaurs. And so I am still unconvinced that these structures evolved for sexual display or competition, because it doesn't match the pattern that we see in modern animals that have these kinds of differences. Does that make sense? Yeah, birds don't and crocs don't. Exactly, Claire. Well, crocs kind of do, but I don't know if it's reflected in their bones. So, gharials, my favorite modern crocodilian species, these beautiful slender-snouted crocs, feed almost entirely on fish. They're so cool. The male has got a big thing called a gara on the end of his snout. That's where the name gharial comes from. I think it's a Hindi word. Maybe it's Urdu, I'm not sure, but name means mud pot because that big tuberosity on the end of the snout that males have. I guess it superficially resembles like a local clay pot or something. But the males have this and the females don't. But I think it might just be soft tissue. I don't know if the females have this. Well, I don't know if the... Here, sorry, I said that in a way that was confusing. I don't know if the males have anything different in terms of their bones that corresponds to the Gara. I think it might just be soft tissue on top. I don't know if the underlying bone looks any different than in a female. You know? Here we go. So, let me see if I can find you a picture of a male and female side by side. There's a male there with the big Gara. And I think those are two females, one big and one small. Here we go. Here's this is Mark Whitten's blog? No, Dave Hohn's blog, sorry. Let's see. Males are strong endomorphic in body size, but the overlap between larger females and smaller males across much of the data and the unknown sex of juveniles makes finding the signal impossible. I'm sure dimorphism is common in dinosaurs, but I'm also sure we're not finding it. I'm not necessarily sure that we will find it. If that is even a thing, but yeah. Let's see. Anyway, what's the caption here? Female left and male right garial snouts, the latter showing the expansion of the snout and narial fossa, anterior to the opening that makes the nares. So, but these are also different sizes, though, and so it could be ontogenetic or just like a size thing. I've got that big garial skull over here that I 3D printed. I'll show you. Here we go. Little garial skull. Printed life size. Pretty cool. And look at how robust, how big the end of the snout is there. So you look at this and you go, oh wow. Look at that. Look at this big boy. And think about how big the Gar would be on top of this. And, no, that's wrong. When I was going back to look at the page that I downloaded this from, they said that this specimen was female. So, I had assumed, look how big and broad the snout is. It's got to be a male, right? No, apparently it's not. Maybe they were wrong. Maybe there's a mistake somewhere, but let me find the original file and I'll show you. But yeah, and I like that. Yeah, so insanely awesome. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment here. And I was very happy when I was able to get this thing printed. Pretty neat. I think that's one of the coolest things I've got here in my office. Comparison to your wingspan, please, says Zool. Okay, hang on. There we go. So it's... I don't know, it's pretty big. Yeah, not a small critter. Gavialis gangeticus. Again, this is a modern animal. These guys are critically endangered, as far as I know. in India and Pakistan, Bhutan, Nepal. They used to live all over the place. I think they might only exist in India now, actually. Yeah. Very cool critter. One of my favorite living animals. They're so neat. And they are one of the biggest living crocs. Fiona pre-roll, yeah. Yeah, they get big. Not the false gharial, not Tomastoma, which isn't actually it is related to the regular gharial, to Gavialus gangeticus. Anyway, they get big. They get big. My grandma had a Gara on her nose as well, says Flip1618. Really? Are you a gharial, Flip1618? If so, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Claire says they look so disproportionate. They do have kind of odd proportions, to be sure. The body can be so robust, but that snout is so thin, and that's for slicing through the water as they're snapping at their fishy prey. They're so cool. And they're this kind of slender snouted state evolves again and again and again, not just in crocs, but in other groups of reptile as well. We see this in phytosaurs. So some of them evolved super thin snouts like this. These are not crocodiles. They're not related to crocs closely. They're a different kind of reptile. And they've got the nostrils, the nares, on top of their head, which is really neat. Very different from a croc. Not a close relative at all. But they evolved a very similar kind of jaw structure. Yeah, there's a number of different reptiles that evolved a similar kind of setup there. Yeah. And Boto dolphins. Yeah, they also have a... They're not even a reptile. But yeah. But yeah, they've also got these long, thin snouts. Yeah, Amazon River dolphins. Pretty cool. Again, if you're going to be an animal in a confined environment like a river or a lake, having a long, thin snout like that for catching fish, really useful. Really useful. It might have something to do with snapping from side to side in the water. Rather than like, you know, if you're out in the ocean or something, fish, you know, they've got a lot of places they can go. You have to, like, pursue them. You're not snapping from side to side as much, maybe. That's kind of this is my idea. I don't know if it's actually been empirically demonstrated. But it seems to be why freshwater animals tend to elongate their snouts more often than marine animals, who are often, like, actively pursuing things, going at them head on, rather than, like, in a confined space, snapping side to side, like in a river or something. And alligator gar do have something, yeah. Especially the needle-nose gar. Yeah, these guys also very long, thin snouts. And again, this is a freshwater predator. They're living in a, like, confined space, in a river or a lake or a swamp, and they're just quickly snapping side to side in order to catch their prey. Yeah. And Pink Hearts, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Mechaholic, of course, as an exception to the rule here. Yeah, billfish. Marlin, swordfish, billfish. They also have got that long rostrum, although they use it in a different way. So their lower jaw doesn't extend as far out. They are either skewering or just, like, using that pointed rostrum to kind of slice through fish. Or squid, or whatever else they're after. They are a fast pursuit predator. I would argue that since they don't have teeth, it's a different kind of thing that they're doing. But, yeah. And what's interesting is we get this in, like, ichthyosaurs. Like, what is it? Is it Urinosaurus? Yeah. So this ichthyosaur with a super long rostrum. This animal evolved long before swordfish or anything like that. This is a reptile, but it's got a similar thing going on with a really long upper rostrum, and its lower jaw is much shorter. Really cool. Yeah. And Hanny says, how do narwhals hunt? I don't think they really use their tusk for hunting, especially since the females don't normally have that. That's another example of strong sexual dimorphism, is that there's a strong difference between the males and the females. So... here we go. So males and females look very different from one another in the sense that the male has got that big tusk, and the female generally doesn't. Occasionally there will be a female born with a tusk, but it's rare. So it's not something that's essential to them being able to feed, because if it was, how would the females be able to feed them? You know? So it probably has something more to do with display or fighting or something like that. But this is like a clear difference between the sexes. And so I could see this being like a mate competition thing. I could see it being something related with sexual competition. Because, again, one sex has it and the other usually doesn't. Although sometimes she'll have a tusk too. Again, nature is messy like that. Nature doesn't like binaries. Nature doesn't like stark differences like that most of the time. Anyhow, yeah. And Gay Hibiscus says, I'm curious if the tusked females are intersex, similar to male calico cats being intersex males. I didn't know that. Hibiscus, interesting. I kind of doubt that they are, but it's possible. Yeah. Okay, the word dimorphism doesn't show up. Male and female narwhals also have different shaped tail flukes. That's odd. The former are bent inward, while the latter are swept back on the front margins. So in males, it's thought to be an adaptation for reducing drag caused by the tusk. Interesting. Huh. Females rarely grow tusks. When they do, the tusks are typically smaller than those of males, with less noticeable spirals. Okay. Females who do not usually have tusks live longer than males, hence the tusk cannot be essential to the animal's survival. It is generally accepted that the primary function of the narwhal tusk is associated with sexual selection. There we go. The word intersex doesn't show up in here either. I don't know if anybody's really studied that. As mammals, they will have sex chromosomes. So it's probably even XY like it is in people, I imagine. I think it is for most mammals. But yeah, I wonder if they are intersex. That sort of thing is more common in nature than I think a lot of people realize. There's an excellent book about this, by the way, if you're curious about this kind of thing. How nature is often really messy, and there's a lot of interesting gray areas and in-betweens, especially with relation to male versus female stuff. Yeah, it's over here. There we go. Book is called Sex is a Spectrum, The Biological Limits of the Binary by Agustin Fuentes. Highly recommended. Good stuff. Check it out if this fascinates you. It just came out, like, I think less than a year ago. So, good stuff. There's all these really interesting examples of different kinds of living things where, you know, they don't adhere to the neat, tidy, like, male-female binary. Nature is often much more complex and fascinating than that. There's a lot more interesting stuff going on than just the simple old story of here's one and here's a different one. Like, that complexity that's so much of nature is, I think it's really cool. Beautiful, really. Sparky Puggosh says, what is intersex? It's neither male nor female. So this is also pretty common in people, more common than I think a lot of folks realize. Yeah. So intersex people are those born with any of several sex characteristics, including chromosome patterns, gonads, or genitals that, according to the Office of the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights, do not fit typical binary notions of male or female bodies. So yeah, it's a thing. Here's people who were participants in the 3rd International Intersex Forum in Malta. I assume that's the country, not Malta, Montana. In December 2013. So there's a lot of people who are intersex where they're not really, they might present as male or female, but their gear might not match either one of those. There's all kinds of, like, interesting in-betweens, you know? Humanity, like the rest of nature, is a rich tapestry filled with all kinds of varied and variable kind of spectra and gray areas and, like I said, in-betweens. Yeah, and is it rare, says Sparky Pugwash? It's not as rare as you might think. Yeah. So it depends what kind of intersex we're talking about. But yeah. The number of births with ambiguous genitals is in the range of 1 to 4,500 to 1 to 2,000. So 0.2%. So that would be, what, 1 in every 2,000 people? To 1 in every 5,000 people? Am I reading that correctly? Yeah. Estimates often range from 0.018% of the population, 1 in 5,500 births, to 1.7% of the population. That's like just about 1 in every 50 people. So yeah, again, like this sort of thing is... it's more common than you might imagine. I've met a number of people in my life who were intersex, and then I've met other people who were like... I don't know, they underwent surgery so they could be one gender or another, whatever gender they identified as. Yeah. So I guess take-home message for this is that there's lots of different people. And the variation between different people kind of matches that we see in nature to a certain extent. Nature doesn't like binaries. It doesn't like our neat, tidy little boxes that we try to shove things into. Nature is much more expansive and complex than that. And human beings, being a part of nature, we reflect that too. So don't let anybody tell you, oh, well, you know, in biology, there's male and there's female. That's the only thing there is. That's... if anybody tries to tell you that, they don't know anything at all about biology. I mean, talk to any biologist, and that's what they'll say, you know? So anyway, I want to make that clear. Anyhow, you mean life is a spectrum? It is, Claire. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to, how far did we got 2 minutes and 4 seconds into our documentary. We got off on a big tangent about sexual dimorphism and male-female differences, and Yeah. I suppose there is a chance that, like, we still can't rule out the possibility that dinosaurs didn't have a binary like that. Maybe most dinosaurs were intersex or something. It's possible. Like, I don't think we can really rule out that possibility yet. We don't have any reason to think that is the case. But science is about falsifying ideas, so who knows? Since so far we can't find any super clear differences between male and female dinosaurs in their skeletons. Like, we don't have any direct evidence, any bulletproof evidence of any dinosaurs being male. I'll put it that way. We do have direct evidence of dinosaurs being female, like finding eggs inside the body cavity. That's smoking gun evidence that an animal is a producer of large gametes, what we often call female. We don't yet have any hard evidence that I'm aware of that any dinosaurs were male. I'm sure they were, you know. We haven't proven it yet. Not beyond a shadow of a doubt. Interesting food for thought.
Next generation, if you don't do that, you're a Darwinian zero.
To pass on.
Do any other species have fossilized baculae? So we wouldn't expect to find a baculum in dinosaurs. It's the penis bone in males. So a lot of mammals have this. We don't see it in birds or in crocs today. And so we wouldn't expect to see it in dinosaurs. Yeah. No reason to think that they did have that. And we have enough super well-preserved dinosaur specimens nowadays, many of them from China, including feathers or skin or other soft tissue like that. You know, we've got enough absolutely complete dinosaur skeletons where every single bone in the body is represented, that if any of them did have a baculum, we'd probably know about it by now. Probably. I would be shocked if we ever had a dinosaur fossil with a baculum. But who knows? Someday. Could happen. But again, I'd be shocked. Yeah. Have we found any synapsid baculum? Absolutely, Claire. That's how they're able to count the number of say, direwolves at La Brea. Maybe I can find a video on that. There we go. Here's a PBS Eons video. Let me scrub through this real quick and... There we go.
I can't believe you're making me talk about dead puppies. But maybe one of the most interesting insights into the behavior of dire wolves from La Brea is an abundance of a small, rarely fossilized bone called a baculum. A baculum is quite simply a penis bone. Not all animals have them, as you've probably surmised, but carnivores, rodents, and many primates do. And about 400 bacula of dire wolves have been preserved at La Brea, which has allowed us to study their size and their shape for clues into their mating behavior.
And so, given that this only occurs in the males, and we know that from modern caniform carnivorans that the male-female ratio is generally 1-to-1 in a population. There's about as many males as there are females. And if you're trying to figure out, like, well, how many direwolves did we have in this one pit? A classic way to do that is to count the number of baculae and multiply it by 2. So say you have 15 baculae. You say, well, there's probably about 30 direwolves in here. Yeah. When the skeletons are all disarticulated, when they fall apart, and there's so many, like, matching bones, and bones where there's more than one in the skeleton, like, you've got a bunch of vertebrae, you've got a bunch of ribs, you've got a bunch of phalanges. The baculum, there's just one in a skeleton. And so you can count that and go, okay, there's one individual there. You know? You might have dozens of vertebrae. You've got one baculum if you're male.
A dire wolf baculum is about 15 centimeters long.
And Murph says, do we know they had a 50-50 distribution? I think that's one of those things that you kind of have to assume. And for most mammals, there's generally a 50-50 sex ratio. Although I'm sure there's exceptions to that. Especially in a given area where, like, I don't know, you get the beachmaster elephant seal who's like the only big male on the beach, and then there's tons of females around. But I don't think that's... We wouldn't expect to see that in a canid like a direwolf. So it's a good question, Murph. It is an assumption, but yeah. Oh, and you were wondering about earlier synapsids from the Triassic. I'm not sure if any of them have baculae, Claire. I don't know.
And 1.5 to 2 centimeters thick. That's 2.5 times as thick as the baculum of gray wolves, and it's 1.5 times as long. Or, if you prefer, it's 5 times as large by volume. So why was this unusually large piece of equipment necessary? Well, it probably had to do with pack structure. Among dire wolves, males and females were about the same size, just like we see in most modern canine species. And they were probably forming packs with equal numbers of males and females, again like modern wolves do today. So males had to compete with other males a lot for access to breeding females. But we know from their sheer numbers that dire wolf packs were probably larger than those of modern wolves. And we also know that larger packs mean more competition for mates. And modern mammals that experience more male-to-male competition typically have larger bacula. For example, the largest of these bones by far belong to walruses, which live in groups of up to 20,000 during mating season. And their bacula could be 45 to 60 centimeters long.
That's 18 to 24 inches. Pretty crazy.
Wait, why'd the music stop? I'm not making a joke. Do you think I'm going to say something? I have nothing to add. Let's just carry on, shall we? Longer bacula can help a male compete because they're associated with what's called prolonged intromission, or longer periods of copulation.
Yep.
This helps keep other males from having access to the female. But having...
Anyway, I'll give you a link if you want to watch the rest of this. Gotta go back to our other documentary here, but yeah. Anywho. And there you go. Thank you, Lenina. It's a perfect emote for that message, too. Well chosen, Lenina. Yeah. Back to dinosaurs here.
In your genes, you first have to attract a mate. And the dinosaurs developed an array of sexual lures. Bright colors, elaborate displays, and come-hither gestures.
I like that, Lenina. Exactly, yeah.
You got to advertise. The dinosaur world evolved very fast. Fast-evolving animals advertise a lot. So there would be sonic advertisement, there would be visual advertisement, it would be in color, it would be in dance, it would be a full Broadway musical of courtship display.
They're so dramatic.
Such behavior was over.
That was Cryolophosaurus there, Claire. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So this is season 1, episode 9 of Paleo World. Somebody can look up on IMDb.
Looked by early paleontologists.
Yeah.
Here's a gallery of some of the great dino thinkers of this country. Professor Marsh of Yale, he found Triceratops. Professor Osborne, he found T-Rex.
No, he didn't. Barnum Brown found T-Rex. Osborne named T-Rex. Come on, credit where credit is due, Walker, please.
Dr. Barnum Brown dug dinosaurs all over the world.
Yeah, he's the guy who discovered T-Rex.
S.W. Williston ran the department at Chicago. Now, these guys thought about attack, predators and prey. They thought about chewing, how a horse or a brontosaur would chew plants. They thought about locomotion. They thought about climbing mountains and digging holes, but they didn't think about sex. It was verboten nearly totally.
Was it? I do wonder about that. And No Cope mentioned, yeah. I don't know why that is, Lenina.
Early paleontologists barely scratched the surface of dinosaur behavior. To them, the extravagant array of dinosaur horns was used strictly for attack or defense.
And this idea that, like, the horns of ceratopsians were primarily for attack or defense doesn't really make a whole lot of sense when you look at how widely variable they are. Because when you're thinking about something like this, if it's purely utilitarian, you would think they would kind of evolve in one direction and just sort of stick with it. Maybe optimize it over time for increasing lethality or something. And that's not what we see in ceratopsids. Not at all. Instead, we see incredible variation between different species. To the point where it's almost ridiculous. Look right here. This is just a smattering of different ceratopsid horns and frills. So many different shapes and sizes, and many of these guys are only known from like one specimen. So we don't even necessarily know like the extreme variation within a species. So like, oh, hang on. There we go. For instance, Nasutoceratops. Right here. I don't think we have very many specimens of that particular critter. Likewise for, say, Ioneosaurus, or... What's another good example? Diabloceratops. Don DeBlue's baby here, Diabloceratops. We've got, as far as I know, one or maybe two good skulls of this animal. How much do they vary? Because we know from other dinosaurs like Pachyrhinosaurus, right here, that they can have extraordinary variation within a population. So different animals that lived at the same time in the same place, different members of the same herd that died together, they have wildly different headgear. Some of them have got these big P1s and P2s, like these bones on top of the squamosals and the parietals. I guess parietals for P1s and P2s. Some of them they're curving this way, some they're curving that way, some are big, some are small, some are missing them all together. Some one is big and the other one is small on the same head. Like, a crazy amount of variation. So the point that I'm making here is that this stuff is wildly different. It's almost like fingerprints. Every person has a unique fingerprint. Not only did different species and different genera of dinosaurs have different shaped headgear, but even members of the same species, even siblings from the same parents, might have wildly different headgear. Variations on a theme, you know? To me, that says display much more than it does attack or defense, you know? Does that make sense? If these are uniquely shaped features that let individuals tell each other apart, I think that fits the bill here, you know? Like different hairstyles, exactly, Sparky Pugwash, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, and Chaotic Time Traveler says Pachyrhinosaurus. Yeah, you got to dig up some of those fossils, right? Chaotic Time Traveler? Yeah. And Net Negative says we found dinosaur siblings, like babies or adults. Well, for Pachyrhinosaurus, we've got members of the same herd that seem to have all died together. Yeah. Here we go. So here's a talk by Emily Bamforth here. She's talking about how wildly different the P1s and the P2s are. Different members of the same species. Not just the same species, different members of the same herd, you know?
The big ones, the small ones, the subadults, the juveniles, the teenagers, everyone is kind of preserved in this one bone bed. We can understand something about social structure in these animals as well as morphological variation. Basically, what makes an individual Pachyrhinosaurus in a herd different from another Pachyrhinosaurus in the same herd? These are actually really important questions to ask in dinosaur paleontology, and there's very few places you can actually ask them. So Pipestone Creek is one of those places.
So again, for most of these dinosaurs, for most of these ceratopsids here, we only have like a handful of specimens. For some of them, we only have one. Like, we've only ever found one individual. And so saying, oh yeah, well, this species looked like this. Like, not necessarily. You might have members of the same species that look wildly different. Because that's what we see here.
So this is, we're actually really excited about this. This is some of our most cutting edge research that we're doing at the museum. And this has to do with what's called individual variation. So individual variation is what makes one member of a community different from another. So for example, if you think of the people that you work with or you go to school with, you instantly recognize other people. They might have different hair color, different eye color, they might be different heights. All of those things are what are called individual variation. So we think that dinosaurs, particularly dinosaurs that lived in herds, had some degree of individual variation, something that made individuals different and recognizable to their family, their friends, their enemies. So one feature of the skull that is highly variable in horned dinosaurs is what is called the parietal. So the parietal is part of the skull. And in horned dinosaurs, it basically gets really flat and elongated and makes up the head frill of these dinosaurs.
This part of the frill here, highlighted in blue in this diagram.
There's often horns that project out the side.
Anyway, these are wildly different in these are critters that lived at the same time. It's not like we're seeing evolution over millions of years. All these animals died in the same spot at the same time, probably in like a botched river crossing. They were all trying to swim across this river. Maybe it was after a big rain, so the river is really high. A bunch of them drowned. So they all died at the same spot and got buried at the same time. These animals are all contemporaries of one another. Members of the same herd, presumably. And so it shows just how different the individual dinosaurs could be. Even as they're members of the same species, members of the same herd. Maybe some of them were siblings. And yet they could look that different from one another. It's really impressive. So anyway, the point is, these structures, these horns and frills, I don't buy that they evolved just for attack or defense. I think these are for show. For individual recognition, for showing off to one another. And chances are they're probably pretty brightly colored for showing off, too. We kind of see that here in this diagram. There's some stripes on these Triceratops frills. That almost seems a little too conservative. I'd probably make that even more brightly colored. But yeah. And dual purpose, like so many things in biology. There you go, Deedle Wicket. Yeah. That's not to say that these guys wouldn't have used their horns to, to skewer an attacking tyrannosaur if they had to. Yeah, I would, I'm sure they would have done that if they had to, you know? They are big pointy things on their head, like, they could certainly be used as weapons. Like, oh boy, this is grisly here. So look away if you don't want to see that, but, a little gross. But, like this. That's right, their horn doesn't actually curve like that. So many people get the angles on the horns incorrect. It's frustrating. But anyway. A lot of these guys didn't even have horns like that, you know? Pachyrhinosaurus doesn't seem to have that kind of a setup. It's got what we think is probably a big nasal boss there. There's a chance that maybe there was a big keratin horn that just rotted off because it was soft tissue, kind of like a rhino's horn. But that's actually something I'm really interested in. Like, how would we test for that in Pachyrhinosaurus? Whether it actually did have like a big elasmotherium type horn on it. Rhinoceros type horn. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And there you go, Deedle Wicket. Yeah, that is one of the hypotheses for how feathers may have first evolved. Feathers are one of these structures that they can be used for warmth, especially if you're warm-blooded. You're generating your own body heat from within. You can keep it in with a layer of feathers. Feathers, you can make them in all kinds of different colors. They can be really good for showing off. You can use them to show your mood. You know, like a bird that's really angry can puff up its feathers like an angry cat. Great for display like that. It can be great for waterproofing. It can be great for camouflage. You can shed your feathers from season to season. Kind of like, don't ptarmigans do this? Yeah. So during the winter, they've got this snow camouflage like that. During the spring and summer, they look like this to be able to blend into their surroundings. They're shedding those feathers and growing new ones. So evolving feathers kind of opens up all these different avenues for you. You can do so many different things with them. So yeah, pretty cool. Luffy is always shedding floofs. There you go, Chaotic Time Traveler. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Display, it puts defense and display together. I like that, Claire, yeah. Yeah, nice. We've got a Triceratops here just minding her business. Right there. A Tyrannosaurus emerges from the trees. Triceratops looks around. And then, holy cow. Bright colors, I see you, don't mess with me. Tyrannosaurus goes back into... You know what it's doing here? Yeah.
Oh! Almost! Boy, that was close.
Hey, what's up for today, Nettie?
Homer, we're gonna visit the boy's grandmother. Family only, you know?
Right, no reporters.
No, I mean just the Flanders family.
Oh, okay.
Basically what the TV is doing here. That may have even been directly inspired by that Simpsons clip. Yeah. Oh, and Death Source is Homer Simpson? Yeah. You were thinking the same thing, Death Source, yeah. And Dirter Bus says, I would say a variation from display is just as important as if it were for an environmental purpose. Display is closer to an attempt at communication more than any other common biological trait. There you go, yeah. Yeah. And Mayor of Space wonders, might some dinosaurs have shed keratinous display structures to show a differently shaped one for a different season of its life? Absolutely, Mayor of Space, yeah. Yeah. So maybe that is what's going on with Pachyrhinosaurus. Maybe they have like a deer antlers sort of thing going on, where during the mating season, the males would develop, you know, like a big keratinous horn, and then it would slough off later in the year when they don't need it anymore. It's possible. I don't know how you would test that, though, you know? Again, for the benefit of anybody who's new in chat, science is all about testing ideas, you know? It's one thing to come up with some notion and go, oh yeah, it was probably like this. Yeah, why not? That's not science. Science is when we come up with an idea and then we test it. We try and find a way to run an experiment or make observations, or we try and find a way to disprove this idea with whatever we can throw at it, you know? Being ruthless in our testing. And if you throw a bunch of tests at it and then you can't prove it wrong, well, shoot. Maybe it's correct, then. That's what science is. Testing ideas in a systematic way. And if you test and test and test and the idea still holds up, say it's provisionally true. That doesn't mean that maybe next year or maybe next decade some clever person will come up with a better way to test it and prove it wrong. It happens all the time in science. So you'll sometimes hear people say, and sometimes hear scientists and philosophers of science say, well, you know, science can never prove something to be true. It can only repeatedly fail to disprove something. I guess that's kind of true, but I don't know. From a science communication perspective, like what I'm doing here on Twitch, I don't think that's super helpful. Like, we can certainly prove things to the affirmative in science. Like, we can prove that this animal existed because we found its bones. There you go, there's positive proof. What are we gonna do? Like, somebody's gonna find fossils that show that these fossils don't exist? That doesn't make any sense. So, I don't know. You can prove things to the affirmative in science. I don't really care what philosophers of science say about that. I think they're getting a little too esoteric there, maybe. We could certainly prove certain things in a positive way in science. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, Deedle Wicket. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Anyhow, let's get back to our documentary here. I don't know if we're gonna get through this today. We've got, what, 15 minutes left? I'll go a little bit late today.
These sex-free dino thinkers weren't letting dinosaurs be real, living, breathing animals. Here's a real, living, breathing animal. It's a bighorn sheep. A complete animal.
Sorry, Bobby B. I don't think that is a living, breathing animal. It looks pretty dead to me. No, but I don't know. This is kind of Bakker's thing, is saying like, oh, you know, everybody who came before, they were all wrong about this. They were thinking about it in a completely wrong way. And like, I'm sure if you were to read through what Sternberg and Barnum Brown and even Osborne had to say about this stuff, they would have had some ideas about this. This is one of the reasons why Bob Bakker is so common in a lot of these older documentaries, is that he's really, really good on camera and he tells a really good, compelling story. He's very good at sound bites. But a lot of the nuance gets lost, for sure.
Eats plants, it runs away from predators, but it's also thinking about courtship, about sex. It's literally got sex on the brain. These horns, which dominate the skull architecture, are for ramming other bighorn sheep during courtship contests. And what the dino thinkers didn't let dinosaurs do is grow things for sex.
But again, we don't have evidence of anything like that having evolved for sex in dinosaurs because we don't see differences between males and females. Maybe all dinosaurs were intersex. I guess that's not completely outside of the realm of possibility. But we don't have any positive evidence for that. So I don't know. We don't have strong evidence for any sexual dimorphism in dinosaurs in terms of their osteology, in terms of their skeleton. It's probably, at least it's starting to look more and more like dinosaurs resembled birds in this respect. Where birds, their dimorphism is in their external appearance and in their size. So in some birds, and nearly all birds, the males are more brightly colored than the females, if there are differences. And some of them they're not. Like, some birds, they pretty much all look the same. They might have different calls, like they might sound different, they might be slightly different sizes. But in some birds, like the males and females, they look so different, they almost look like different species. Like these guys. Yeah. You know, mallards are a good example. And the males more brightly colored than the females. Same with red-winged blackbirds. Here. But if you were to look at the skeletons of a male and female red-winged blackbird, you'd be hard-pressed to find any difference at all whatsoever. Maybe the male is a little bit bigger. Maybe the male's a little bit smaller. Again, it varies in bird species. But the bones are, like, identical. And so far, that's what we find in And dinosaurs, too. Lordy, thank you so much for the 69 months of support there. Nice.
Happy Valentinos to my favorite chat, Paleo El Bial.
Thank you, Lordy. Holy cow. Does this mean your plane landed safely? Good to see you, Lordy. Just landed. Excellent. And that was a shorter flight than I was expecting. Great. Yeah, Lordy and Ios are gone for a while. We'll see how long. But, yeah. Delta Rain is here for a few more days. Lordy and Ios had to run back to their home state for some family help stuff. It's an unexpected trip, but they're out there helping out. I'm holding down the fort here. And Delta Rain was supposed to be hanging out with Ios for a few more days. Her flight leaves on Tuesday, I think. So, just me and Delta Rain for a few days. And it sounds like Delta's going to be joining me for the stream on Monday. It'll be fun. She also streams here on Twitch. Can we get a shout out for Delta Rain? Thank you, Claire. Excellent. Yeah. Can't wait to catch that stream. Yeah, it'll be fun. I asked Delta about that earlier, and she said, yeah, that'd be cool. We'll just have some casual dinosaur chat. I think that'll be neat. Anyway. The point that I was making is that male and female bird skeletons are almost entirely identical in nearly every case. The only real difference I can think of is like spurs on the legs of male turkeys. Which the females, if they do have spurs, they're usually smaller. Often the females don't have spurs, although it's a spectrum. That's the only real difference I can think of in the skeletons of male and female birds. So yeah. Yeah, isn't that cool? Avocado, it's pretty neat. And so the males will use these for fighting. They'll kick each other with the spurs. Yeah. And Sparky Pugger says, and the place where the eggs come out of? Well, that's not part of the skeleton, though. Yeah. Unless you're talking about the pelvis, with the pelvic aperture. One of my old roommates from Montana actually did a project where he was trying to figure out, can we look at the pelvis, the pelvis of a male versus a female bird? Maybe the female has a larger pelvic aperture for the eggs to go through? He wanted to test that hypothesis. He thought, well, maybe that's the case. Let's look at a bunch of male and female bird pelvises. And you know what he found? No significant difference. In fact, I think by just a hair, the males tended to have a larger pelvic aperture, but it probably wasn't statistically significant. It was probably due to a small sample size. So yeah, surprising, right? So yeah. That is not helpful, says Claire. Exactly, right? Yeah. I don't know if he ever published on that, but it would be... It would make a cool paper, you know? So yeah. Oh, and Casey says chickens get spurs too. In older hens, they can grow them due to hormone changes akin to menopause. Interesting, Casey. So it's not even a good indicator of being male or female in chickens. Interesting. They will sometimes also grow the spurs if there's no rooster present. Well. This kind of bolsters my case that, like, since we don't see osteological, meaning bone, sexual differences between male and female birds, we don't really see it in crocs. You know? Two living groups in our EPB for dinosaurs. Then we maybe shouldn't expect to see it in dinosaurs either. And try as we might, we've not really been able to figure out which dinosaurs are male and female just by looking at their skeletons. They might just not have differences, you know? Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. In fact, that would be a really cool paper. I wonder if... I mean, that would be an awesome, like, master's or maybe even PhD project for somebody. Be doing like a literature review. Everything that's been published on sexual dimorphism in dinosaurs, and how much of it has fallen apart since then. Looking at sexual dimorphism in crocs and birds. That would be pretty neat. It's a project I'd like to do. But if somebody wants to beat me to that, if we've got any up-and-coming researchers in the chat, feel free to steal that, you know? I'm not gonna stop you. You run with it, if you have the wherewithal. I want to be like, you know, like Denver Fowler. Or Jim Kirkland. Or like, I've got so many ideas. More ideas that I can pursue. Take some of these and run with them. That's what Jim says all the time. He's like, some person younger than me is going to figure this out. If I can steer them in the right direction, maybe inspire them to pursue a particular avenue of inquiry, that's advancing the science, and that's cool by me, you know? That's, I guess, make progress in paleontology. That's what's important, not personal advancement or clout or whatever. It's a kind of community-minded outlook that I really appreciate. And I want to emulate that, you know? Yeah. And Hanny says, didn't they find one that was female because of something about the bones? Gravid, I think the term was? Yeah, so that is kind of disputed, but yes. Yeah. So Mary Schweitzer is a researcher who, she was able to figure this out for a Tyrannosaurus specimen named B. rex. That's not Tyrannosaurus, it's the Allosaurus. Yeah. Tyrannosaurus rex, known as B. rex, that's the nickname, has now yielded bone tissue, called medullary tissue, that is common in female birds.
From prehistoric time.
And Sturksky, hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Anyhow, this is also published in Science, high-profile journal. But anyway, this medullary tissue has now been found in other dinosaurs, too. Here we go. So, a colleague of mine, well, I was in high school at the time. She was, I think, doing her PhD or maybe her master's at Berkeley. She published this. Teen pregnancy affected dinosaurs, too. So, Sarah Werning was able to find the same kind of tissue called medullary tissue, or medullary bone, in the limb bones of Tenontosaurus, a beaky plant-eating dinosaur. Yeah, study was done by Sarah Werning, graduate student at UC Berkeley, and Andrew Lee, also at Berkeley, when the work was done. Yeah. Again, not everybody buys that this is actually medullary tissue. Some paleontologists have come out to say, I'm not quite so sure. It might be that the bone is being remodeled, or maybe the animal was suffering kind of an osteoporosis kind of thing when it died. But if it is medullary tissue, it shows that this animal was female and she was about to lay eggs. Getting ready to lay eggs. So yeah. But again, we talked to Dave Verricchio about this, my undergrad advisor. There's Dave there. Let me find this part in the transcript. Come on now. Oh, it is taking forever to load. Come on, just give me the transcript. I swear AI is making everything so much worse on the internet. Things that used to take a moment now take forever because it's got to run everything through the AI slot machine. I think that's what's going on here. Come on, YouTube. So for everybody in the chat who's maybe not familiar with this, female birds, when they're about to lay eggs, they'll start to put down a layer of bone in the medullary cavity. Basically, like it's almost like where the bone marrow might be, and the interior of the long bones. And then apparently they kind of draw from that. They take calcium out of that reserve in order to form the eggshell. Stop me if I'm getting any of this drastically wrong, Dave. But there's an idea that maybe dinosaurs were doing this too. And that, you know, we might be able to find medullary bone in dinosaurs, famously in the B-Rex Tyrannosaurus specimen. It's been claimed that we have it there. But I've heard some people are kind of skeptical of that idea. Do you have an opinion on that, Dave?
I'm one of those skeptical people. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think you can put that aside, the B-Rex aside. Okay. There's an oviraptor from southern China that we look at that had one egg inside, kind of just in its pelvic canal, and one egg just external to it. Like it had died.
What's that? So it was gravid, potentially. Like
it was gravid. Yeah. I think probably those eggs, you know, when it died, it was forcing those eggs out as it bloated.
Kind of like with those ichthyosaurs that are giving birth, same thing, where it probably happened after death that the embryo actually comes out. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. But we looked at the histology there, and we have looked at the histology of adults on top of eggs, and in none of those have we found medullary bone. So the gravid female didn't have medullary bone. So that sort of makes the argument that oviraptors probably didn't have medullary bone. So when you turn to the adult on top of the eggs, it doesn't have medullary bone, but that's just doesn't say much. It sort of is not a
right.
It sort of fails to falsify that,
especially if they're male.
But could be male, could be female. Yeah.
Do crocodilians have medullary bone today? If we're using the EPB, is that
Yeah, they have denser bones. They don't really have a good marrow cavity. And so they do have erosion rooms. You know, they see that where they're drawing, you know, they have this thicker wall to the bones, and they do sort of corrode out interiors in the egg laying process. So they sort of have erosional spaces. So there might be a way eventually, maybe when we understand histology better, maybe we can pick out the subtleties that we don't see so far.
Right.
That we're not recognizing.
Here is a link with a timestamp if you'd like to watch the rest of this. Man, this is taking forever to load. YouTube. What's wrong with you? And that one page is using so much computing. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this page too. But we had a really interesting question there from Deathsaurus, right? Or who was asking about this? With the Holly Woodward's paper. Oh, there we go. Deathsaurus, yes. Said, but do we no, it's really a teen dinosaur with Holly Woodward's new study about dinosaurs having more growth lines not seen before? That's an excellent question. I don't know. Again, I want to bring Holly on at some point to talk about this. So many questions for her, you know? Yeah. Thank you for that excellent question, Deathsaurus. I like the way you think. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Dinosaurs, like modern bighorn sheep, developed headgear for the same reasons. to intimidate rivals and impress.
I don't think that's the case. Because, again, we don't see differences between the males and the females, which is essential to this argument. If it is sexual selection, you need strong differences. You need dimorphism. And we do not see that in dinosaurs.
A mate. Mighty T-Rex, it seems, also had sex on the brain. Bony ridges on top of the skull were well suited for battling rivals head-to-head over a potential mate.
Do we know that it was, like, battling for mates, though? We don't have strong evidence for that. Again, that's speculative.
If you have great genes, if you're a Tyrannosaurus Rex and your genes are the best possible for running and killing prey, it's still no use at all if you can't get those genes out there and mix them with the genes of another T-Rex of the opposite sex and make little Rexlets in the next generation. T-Rex has sort of a bony football helmet behind the eye as a cushion for the eye and the brain. Along the snout, these raised, roughened edges that in life would be covered with very tough skin. Of course that's for whacking.
To imagine two T-Rexes whacking heads with each other in sexual combat? Just watch these woolly bison go at it.
Those are musk ox there.
Now picture the same scene replayed with creatures who weighed up to 8 tons.
Again, speculative.
The Pachycephalosaurus.
A Fall Machine says, objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Two seem to have a head for sex. It towered 10 feet above the ground.
And Pachycephalosaurus was not 10 feet tall. No.
Likely used its enormous 10-inch thick brain case to batter sexual rivals.
And again, I want to bring Kerry Woodruff on for an interview to talk about Pachycephalosaurs in particular. He did his PhD on these guys, and there's evidence that they may have actually reared up on their hind legs and kicked out with their feet like kangaroos, rather than doing something like this. Or maybe they did some combination. But, yeah, it's... I know people love the... the headbutting idea for Pachycephalosaurus. Or other Pachycephalosaurs like Stegosaurus here. I know this is one of these ideas that people are very fond of, and they love to draw pictures of it, and... they may have actually done something, you know, more like this. They do seem to have weird adaptations in their vertebrae for maybe being able to bounce back on their tail and let that support their body weight as they kick with their feet, you know, like a kangaroo does. Again, it's an intriguing idea that maybe they were doing this instead. I want to ask Carrie about it. But yeah. The niche hornbed theory of Pachycephalosaurus, I like picturing them with cassowary-like crest up there. That is a neat idea there, Casey. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this depicted a few times. This idea that maybe they, yeah, maybe like a modern cassowary, they had that big soft tissue, like keratinous casque, that helmet-like crest on top of their head. And maybe that's what the dome was for, was to support that kind of headgear. Like this. It might make sense. It's kind of a rugose sort of texture on a skull like that. Like, it's certainly possible. Again, people love to show it with, like, almost just looks like raw bone on the top of the head. You know, like you see that here. It probably would have been brightly colored. It was probably a display thing, and maybe there's some kind of display structure on top of that just didn't fossilize. Like a cassowary cask, you know? Yeah, a visual person says, Casey. I mean, it's an intriguing idea, and again, we've been surprised before. Like with Edmontosaurus. When I was a kid, you know, Edmontosaurus was one of these dinosaurs that, you know, it's one of the boring hadrosaurs. It's got a flat head. It doesn't have the kind of, you know, showy apparatus like you have on Lambeosaurine hadrosaurs. Nowadays, we know that's not true. At least one specimen had a big fleshy crest, but...
Statsbloke and their 288 raiders don't know what they're in for.
What? Statsbloke, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? Hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you're here. We're having a special VALENDINOS stream today, so we're talking about how dinosaurs may have courted and reproduced, and we're taking that discussion in all kinds of interesting directions. So again, I hope you had an excellent stream, Statsbloke, doing some World of Warships. Well. I hope you didn't get sunk. It's good to see you. For anybody who is new, coming in with Statsbloke here, there's a quick little channel trailer to kind of introduce you to Paleontologizing. This is what we're all about here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. So today we were talking about sexual dimorphism in different animals and how we don't see that in dinosaurs. Off on a little tangent about aerials, these incredible slender snouted crocs. And thank you, Dark Dissonance, for the follow. I appreciate that. And holy cow, Spartan, 10 gift subs there from you. Really appreciate that.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Overloading the system, what does that mean? Thank you, Spartan, for your generosity. 10 lucky chatters, won't have to worry about any ads. And they, Get out of there, oh, shoot! Spartan, thank you. Appreciate that very much.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
And TSV58, thank you for the follow, too. Appreciate it. Yeah. Savage Arsenal says the Jason Momoa of paleontology. Who, me? I haven't heard that one before. You mean me? That's a new one. We gotta add that to the list. I'll take that as a compliment, Savage Arsenal. Google Keep is taking forever to load. Oh, there we go. Oh wait, no, I do have that here. Jason Momoa. Okay, here. I'll put a 2 next to it.
Most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet. The dinosaurs.
Thank you for the follow as well, Savage Arsenal. Appreciate you. compliments and following. Appreciate that. Yeah. And you might be right about that, Spartan. Yeah, I do have a fair amount of pelage. Yeah. That's funny. I completely forgot that was it. Yeah. Well, many of these people I've never heard of before. Yeah. What were you talking about? I forget. Anyway, let's get back to this.
The domed head would identify it to the opposite sex as a strong mate.
Yeah, again, we don't have evidence of sexual dimorphism in dinosaurs. As far as we know, the males and the females did not look different in terms of their skeleton. And so, including like domes of pachycephalosaurs, we don't have any evidence that these are different between males and females. So the idea that they're headbutting like bighorn sheep, I don't necessarily buy that. Again, the males and females in bighorn sheep, they look very different. You can tell that the males are selected to be larger and have much larger, thicker horns for headbutting. The females don't have that. We don't see this kind of strong difference in any species of dinosaur so far. None. It's one of the reasons why even with pachycephalosaurs, who are not very well known, like we don't have any idea of like individual variation in these animals, let alone sexual dimorphism or anything. I don't see any reason to think that that's a thing, you know? But yeah. And Pulp Fiction. There you go, Savage Arsenal. Yeah. Are you referring to the song? Yeah. Here, let me get you another one. There we go. We'll scoot forward a bit. Yeah, our ceratopsians.
The crowning touch in sexual headgear belongs to the breed of dinosaurs known as the ceratopsians.
Again, we don't have strong evidence at all that the variation in headgear is a male-female thing. We just don't. So again, so much of this is speculative.
Especially the most famous of them, Triceratops, named for its 3 horns. When paleontologists found Triceratops in the same layers of Earth as T. rex, they assumed the frills and horns were defensive structures. But as other ceratopsians came to light, their elaborate headgear was not so easily explained.
Yep.
They were too widely varied to be used simply for defense, too fragile for anything, attack, defense, or sexual headbutting.
Well, for a lot of them, they would have been, it's not just thin bone, it would have been reinforced with flesh, with skin, with keratin in many cases. So like the same material as like your fingernails or like a rhinoceros horn. That's keratin. For a lot of these guys, they'd be much less delicate in life than when we're just looking at their fossil bones, you know? But
to learn why the dinosaurs had such elaborate headgear, paleontologists looked to modern animals. Antelopes developed many sizes and shapes of horns, but not for attack or defense.
I mean, for a lot of them, they do use the horns for defense in a pinch, but that's not why they evolved them in the first place. Point taken.
The horns signal their sexual maturity to mates and intimidate would-be rivals. Ceratopsian dinosaurs like Pachyrhinoceros developed
Pachyrhinosaurus.
Different headgear at different stages. Paleontologist Darren Tankey of the Royal Tyrrell Museum of Alberta, Canada, studies Pachyrhinoceros fossils for clues to the animal's age and sex.
What we have here are 3 casts of reconstructed skulls of Pachyrhinoceros. This one, which we believe to be a female, this a male, and this a juvenile. The frill on the juveniles and young adults have this simple pie crust edge type effect.
Yep.
And in the adults, we have some very large horns developing on the back of the frill. These do not develop until the animal reaches full adult size and presumed sexual maturity. And previously, it was believed these horns were for protection only. I think it's now fairly clear that this is Mother Nature's way of saying that A, I'm a male or female Pachyrhinoceros, and B, I am of breeding age.
So the breeding age thing does make sense, but as we saw with that video with Emily Bamforth, who's worked on a whole bone bed of these animals at Pipestone Creek in Alberta, the level of variation, it's not a binary thing where like you've got ones that are clearly one sex and one that are the other. It's just this wild spectrum, and they've got big P2s, some have small ones, some are like missing them altogether.
Can people mute themselves?
Again, this is the parietal bones here. Some of them, the P2s cross over one another, and some of them they're really short and stumpy, and some of them they're not even there. There's just wild differences. This isn't a male-female thing. This is an everybody is unique thing, as far as we can tell. So yeah, it's not as simple as this, you know?
The sex of the Pachyrhinoceros is anyone's guess until it reaches adulthood and develops headgear. Paleontologists believe the adult female's horns are less ornate than the longer and more pronounced horns of the full-grown male.
Again, it's not that simple. Not at all.
X-rays reveal another...
And, holy cow! Savage Arsenal. Sorry, we're having a bit of a delay with our lists. There we go.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch, Savage Arsenal. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that very much. You will not have to see any ads on this channel for as long as you stay subscribed, and you'll have access to all of these emotes too, which I had a lot of fun making. Here's some ceratopsian ones. Yeah, those are yours to use far and wide throughout the Twitch platform. The cool thing about dinosaur emotes is, in my experience, streamers don't tend to get mad when they see a whole herd of dinosaurs marching through their chat. That's not spam, that's just a cool thing. So enjoy. Appreciate you, Savage Arsenal. Thank you for the support. Welcome to the community. Let's get back to this here.
Another clue. X-rays reveal another clue to the sexual habits of ceratopsian dinosaurs. Dr. Bruce Rothschild, a Youngstown, Ohio rheumatologist, collaborates with Darren Tankey on dinosaur research. A specialist in human arthritis, he sees evidence of stress fractures in the foot bones and rib bones of ceratopsian dinosaurs. Injuries that he thinks were caused by stomping the ground during courtship and being butted in the side by sexual rivals.
Interesting.
We see this phenomenon in bison, where there's a side-butting behavior in territorial disputes, in courting rituals, and this seems to be basically the same phenomenon in the ceratopsian dinosaurs.
Those dinosaurs without elaborate headgear, like the giant brontosaurs, may have advertised their intentions with color, turning themselves into walking billboards for sex.
Yeah. Here, let's fast forward to... I think Darren Tankey talks over here about the vertebrae in our duckbill dinosaurs, right? Oh, maybe not. Shoot. Maybe that was a different episode? I'm thinking of something else. Let me check my notes real quick and see if I have that saved anywhere. Here we go. Yes. Oh, and hello, Mini Pie.
I've been looking at injuries in duckbill.
There we go. Oh, hang on. What are you doing? You're back already? My goodness. My goodness, Mini Pie. Yeah. And Dirt or Bust. Speculation fills a gap for the simple purpose of fun. In a lot of cases, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, when we're trying to really figure out what's what, we gotta think like scientists. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And thank you, Savage Arsenal. I appreciate you. Yeah. Pulmonary suppositions? Yeah, that was toward the beginning of the stream, Valhalla. You could check out the VOD for later, but yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this. This is really cool because this came out in what, the late 80s or early 90s? This documentary, and now as of 2025. Thank you, N3SK, for the follow. Nesk, appreciate that. Now we actually have a paper that's been published on this that kind of confirms this idea. But here, let's check this out.
I've been looking at injuries in duck-billed dinosaurs, and these features can tell us many interesting things about the lifestyle of these dinosaurs. And this animal has a series of ribs that have all been broken in a straight line and all rehealed to the same degree. We know that this injury occurred at the same time. What I think is happening here is that rival males during mating times would fight over females and may have kicked at each other with the hind feet, causing these kind of injuries.
And even when you've secured a mate, there are perils still ahead.
Now, in a normal duck-billed dinosaur, the spine is nice and straight. And as you can see with this specimen, it has been buckled and pulled over to one side, as if a great weight has pressed straight down upon it. I've come to the conclusion that these injuries were caused during mating, and where accidental injuries occurred during the actual act of mating. Now, these types of injuries only occur in adults, and are only reflected in the very proximal or base of the tail, which is where the reproductive organs would be in this area here. I never find multiple injuries. Like, I never find an animal that has mated, been injured, and then re-injured itself. So it looks like it happened once during the animal's life. Maybe the injury made it shy away from mating in the future. Who knows?
Or, you know, maybe it's just one of the things that only happens once like that before it died. I don't know. We now have a publication on this. Mini pie, goodness. There we go. Mating injuries may have led scientists to identify dinosaur sex. There we go. This is a paper that was published by some friends of mine. There it is on CNN. And let me find that. Hang on. What are you doing, Chrome? Hotkeys aren't working all of a sudden. There we go. So yeah, when I was a year ago visiting the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota with my old crew chief Denver Fowler, we talked about this. This is before it got published. I think I saw Filippo in here. Filippo Bertozzo works on hadrosaurs. Yeah, there he is right there.
Oh, Filippo knows more about the specimen than I do. This is a Yeah, he came to see this. Yeah, back in 2019.
Nice.
So this specimen was found in 2009. So me and my dad were collecting in the Hell Creek for the Museum of the Rockies, and my dad came across some neural spines, some vertebrae pieces sticking out of a hill. And we went over there, and it's like, well, you could see it was going in, so that looked promising. So we dug in. After a couple of days, this is what we found. And it was a little bit disappointing because it was just a section of tail and part of a leg. There were a couple of neck bones, but there wasn't much else. But when we started cleaning up the vertebrae more, we noticed that they were injured.
Yep.
Badly injured. And not just one or two injuries like you often see, but this had injuries across like 20 vertebrae.
Jeez, shoot.
And this is in fact one of the best examples of this kind of pathology, this kind of injury that you can see on any hadrosaur in the world. And Filippo, who's watching this, he's writing papers about this specimen and a number of other specimens as well. He's an expert on
pathologies and ornithischians, yeah.
Yeah, pathologies and ornithischians in general.
So Filippo Bertozzo, that is Dyson Dinosaur. Can we get a shout out for him real quick? Yeah, I guess we're streaming on Saturday right now, but on weekends, Filippo streams in English. Most of his streams are in Italian. But he is a dinosaur paleontologist who also streams here on Twitch. You should go give him a follow right now. He does really, really cool stuff. And after this video, I'll show you a little clip of my interview with him about this paper when it came out. That was, what was that? This past November, I think?
So, yeah, we presented on this in 2019 at a conference we were holding here. And basically what's really cool is that each one of these broken spines shows the same injury.
Yeah.
It was hit from above, and the spine was broken and shoved down to the left side. And then it healed, if you can call this healing, and some of those broken spines have kind of fused onto the left side. Other places they're completely missing. Some places they're just buckled rather than broken. And a little bit later, I can show you another specimen that we have of a Brachylophosaurus, which is from 8 million years before these guys, which shows exactly the same injury. And that's what's really interesting. We see this kind of injury in duck-billed dinosaurs.
So StatsBloke says hit from above or fell onto its spine. How would one tell the difference? Well, in this case, it'd be really difficult for this animal to like fall onto its spine just based on its shape. Here, let me go grab a model of one of these guys so I can show you. I have a 3D printed model of Allura Titan, which is a member of this family. Hang on, Minnie. Here we go. So, Minnie, you're really feisty right now. You need to calm yourself. Calm down. Hey, calm down. There we go. So, this is Allura Titan right here, which is a duck-billed dinosaur. This is a 3D model that I sculpted and then printed. So this is a Danny Anduza original right here. And so the injuries are from this part of the tail, which is exactly where like a male would be mounting during mating. To only have injuries right here, like how was this animal like? It's hard to imagine it injuring just this part of its body if it's rolling over onto its back or something like that. It's tricky, you know? And with some of these guys, they've got really tall neural spines. And so it's not like this is a normal place where, you know, they would like roll over on their back and it would be stable. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I think Denver might even address that here in
not just in Edmontosaurus. This is an Edmontosaurus, but we see it in Brachylophosaurus, we see it in Iguanodon, we see it in most...
A more fell off a cliff. I mean, that's the thing, is the only injuries that we see are right there at the base of the tail, essentially. And we see this again and again and again in these animals. It's like, are they all falling off of cliffs and only hitting that part of their body? It's just a weird, consistent pattern, you know?
Mostly in the hadrosaur, more derived forms. These broken spines, usually from the middle or late in the back, and then down the tail. It's been suggested that maybe this is the result of like tyrannosaur attacks, that kind of thing. But the problem with that is that there's not really any evidence for that. The suggestion was the specimen in the Denver Museum has like a little notch in the tail, and it was just the right size and shape for a tyrannosaur bite. But you know, anything that's around.
So that's I actually just saw this on Wednesday of this week. Here, DMNS Edmontosaurus. This specimen here. There we go. It's got this notch in the tail right there, which has been interpreted by some people as, oh, a T-Rex took a bite out of it right there. But, well, we'll see what Denver has to say about this.
Rounded gap will be the right size and shape. And this is not. This is all the way down the tail. And in fact, there's many specimens that look just like this. And you can tell that these are impacts from above as well. So we think these are mating injuries.
That's what somebody in the chat suggested, yeah.
Yep. That's what we think these are.
Yeah, yeah. It would make a lot of sense. So how would you test that hypothesis?
Well,
figure out if this was female.
That's one of the challenges. Like right now, telling male and female dinosaurs apart is almost impossible.
Yeah. Yep. Just like we've been talking about.
Lucky, you could look inside the leg bones and you might find medullary, a special kind of bone tissue that the females lay down when they're doing calcium storage type things for eggshell and things like that. So if you were lucky, you'd find that. But if you don't find it, that's not an indication that it's male.
Right.
It just means it's not a laying female.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's you could look at percentages and things like that. There's a few different ways to investigate that, and that's basically what Filippo's working on.
Oh,
with
cool.
His research.
He said that he just got back on that recently too. He wants you to know.
Oh, good.
So
good. Yeah. It's really cool. I think absolutely. I agree. I mean, people think it's kind of wild, but you know what? It makes more sense than anything else.
Yeah.
Unless hadrosaurs had a habit of like flipping over and smacking on their back, which is
they really like doing front flips, and but they weren't very good at it.
Well, they just were really clumsy and kept standing next to trees that fell over.
Yeah.
I mean, everything else would just be accidents, whereas this is more. There's something about this body plan that makes them susceptible to a particular kind of injury.
And this is not an injury that happened while the animal was really small. It's not like an adult stepped on it when it was only a meter tall or anything.
Well, when did this injury happen is a question. And you can look at the amount of healing, again, if you can call it healing, but these bones aren't just broken, they fused up, but there's still some inflammation around some of the broken areas. So I'm not a bone pathology expert, so I don't know how long it takes for that kind of healing to take place, but it's obviously not the space of just a few days. This is at least weeks and weeks, I'd have thought, if not months and possibly.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Jess Oliveira, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
I don't know. Filippo surveyed this kind of injury in many individuals, and I don't know if there are any of them that show, I don't know, finished bones. So that's his research. I don't know, but that's the sort of thing that we can look at.
Very cool. Yeah.
Let me find a clip of me talking to Filippo. Because we did an interview about this late last year. Just a few months ago. There we go. Mini Pie. I'll wrap up the stream pretty soon, Minnie, okay? She is just on a tear right now.
biomechanical simulation. So I called. I saw many museums, but I didn't see all museums.
Right.
I would like to visit also South American hadrosaurs.
Okay.
More European hadrosaurs, well, in Spain.
Uh-huh.
I would like to check, especially later non-hadrosaurid hadrosauroids, so before the arrival of
There we go.
this paper, for
Yeah.
obvious reason. I'm still am, but
And, let me know in the chat, everybody.
better. Sorry if I'm a bit low in my voice, but it's 1:20 in the morning, so I don't want to.
Holy cow, I didn't realize it was so late. Filippo, thank you for staying up for us. And here I am making you wait, showing the video with Denver and everything.
Don't worry, I've been an adrenaline rush today, so.
Well, first of all, congratulations for the second time in 2 months, I think. On
Man, this is my first outdoor paper in 2025.
Holy cow, nice.
Give me a contract.
If it disagrees with experiment,
Tabatai Cooking, looking for the raid.
Tabatai Cooking and their 34 raiders
that
are
simple
both
statement
beautiful and smart,
is the key
and their
to
raid
science.
agrees with
It
experiment.
doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
Tabatai Cooking, thank you so much for bringing everybody in here. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. What's shaking? HQ, again, thank you for saying hello. Bites and Coffee, what's shaking? Welcome, welcome. Here, for anybody who's new, including these folks, let me introduce you to the channel real quick. There we go. This is what we're all about. Quick little channel trailer.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Come here, Mini Boy. Hey.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. That's what we're all about here. Today we're talking about, well, some vaguely Valentine's-related things. Happy Valendinos, everybody. Talking about courtship and reproduction in dinosaurs and how we gather evidence for that. For animals that died tens of millions of years ago, how can we figure anything at all about mating behavior, you know? Well, I was talking with Filippo Bertozzo, who also streams here on Twitch, under the name Dice and Dinosaur. He published a paper on this back in November. There you go, yeah. And here's my interview with him back in November. So you said that you've just been running on adrenaline. Have you been doing press pieces on this? Have you been doing interviews? And excellent. Can you tell us maybe?
Not really interviews, but I've been covering all the media press, checking on comments.
Fossil skeletons
replying
are
to
never
mails,
found complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
KVO Eats, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. And again, Tabatai Cooking, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had an excellent stream. What were you cooking today? Did I miss you saying this? Tabatai says hello there.
This is where it really fits.
And Valhalla Conservatory, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And Lordy says we saw these injuries on a specimen at the museum last week in Denver. So interesting. Yeah, I was just showing that off right here. This may or may not be the same thing. I suspect it probably is. But yeah, broken caudal neural spine right there. But yeah, Cool stuff.
Speaking to co-authors, speaking to people.
Banana
I
muffins. Oh,
was
very cool. Texas cryptid.
inquired by
Nice.
CNN yesterday evening.
Very
So we are
nice.
out in CNN with actually beautiful comments by Steve Brusetti,
Huh.
Albert Pietro Marquez, and Kobayashi, the guy that studied Camusaurus.
Yeah.
So, and they were positive in their comments, a bit critic, but like positively criticizing.
Yeah.
So I was happy because we will tell about this. I was quite stressed on this paper for
Yeah.
obvious reason, and
I love
still
this.
am, but we have time to talk about it.
Of course, yeah.
Hello, chat. Hello.
And
I can
Science
see
streams.
my, 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Bullet. Holy cow, tier 3.
Valentine's to the best science communicator ever.
Science, you make me blush. I hope you're doing really well, Bullet. It's good to see you. Happy Valentinos to you, too. Are you streaming later? Can we read it? Let's see. Let's continue.
Hello, everybody.
And Paleo Stream says I can send Filippo some of that late night juice that I usually drink. That might be helpful.
This is my late night juice.
There you go. Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
I actually had to celebrate it, so I opened this bottle when
Hope
the
you're
paper
relaxing.
was accepted,
Yeah.
and I continue to drink it now. I have Hydromil. I love Hydromil.
Very nice. Excellent. Yeah. Brilliant. I want to ask you how you first got started with this project at the outset. Because you're lead author on this paper, and presumably you did a lot of the work on the paper. How did that whole process begin? So I will give you a link with a timestamp here so that you can watch the rest of this interview if you would like to. There you go. And is wreaking havoc over there. What? I gotta go tend to these cats. So, well, here, first, real quick, let's take a look at this paper. Really cool paper here. And it is not even paywalled. I mean, check it out. No paywall, open access.
Access granted.
In fact, here's a link to the paper itself. Don't even have to click the open PDF button. There it is, the second link. So, deciphering causes and behaviors of a recurrent pattern of tail injuries in hadrosaurid dinosaurs. So we're trying to figure out how these animals actually mated. Here's some direct evidence of that, it seems, from the fossil record. This seems to be the explanation that best fits the evidence here that these are mating injuries in the tail vertebrae. So they actually did some, like, FEA here, finite element analysis, to see, like, what would actually cause these sorts of injuries that they see, what's the direction of stress and everything on the vertebrae. And yeah, it seems like that pattern fits with mating injuries better than anything else. So probably this kind of, as we see here, that kind of arrangement there, that kind of positioning. And that's why we have this in the background today, if anybody was wondering. Yeah, really cool paper. So, you know, I do a Valendino stream pretty much every year. I think I've done one every year since 2021. And now we have a new paper with some real hard evidence here. Not just fun speculative stuff like in that Paleo World episode, but something empirical, something peer-reviewed, something carefully researched, and now published. Really exciting. so often, like when I'm talking about a particular subject in like dinosaur paleobiology, it's like, oh yeah, well here's the general consensus, here's what we still don't know. And year to year, it might be largely the same. It's like there isn't a whole lot of progress in one direction or another, you know, kind of same old, same old. And it'll be news to a lot of people who haven't heard about this before, but it can get a little bit old in having to explain these same concepts over and over again. This year is different. Now we've got a new publication on this. We've got new science here, and that's really exciting. So yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And with that, I think it's about time to wrap things up. It was supposed to go until 6 tonight. It's 6:46, right? 6:47. So with that, I'm gonna go check in on these cats, and we'll start our wrap-up procedure. Don't go away just yet. We're gonna raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch, if at all possible. And Streamlabs is making me log in again. There we go. Here's our credits. Excellent. All right, who else is on Twitch right now? Perfect timing. My earbud battery is starting to die. All right, who are our raid options here? Let's see. No, I want a follow list. What are you doing, Twitch? Oh, following, not for me. Okay, yeah. And what's going on with our credits? Hang on. Nothing's working properly. There we go. All right. PaleoStream is on. Let's go right into PaleoStream. See what he's up to. Paleo artist Joshua Knupe. He's from Germany, although he does his streams in English. He's a professional paleo artist. He's published a lot of different reconstructions in different journals for a lot of new critters, and I'm sure he's going to have some exciting ones coming out this year, too. You might even be able to get him to tease some of those if you're really nice. But, yeah. Anyway, let's go enjoy some paleo art with PaleoStream. And thank you everybody for being here. Really appreciate your time and your attention and your maturity. While we talk about some subjects that could be bordering on iffy when we're talking about reproduction in animals like dinosaurs. Thank you to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you to the raiders and the new followers and those lurkers for getting those viewer numbers up. I appreciate that too. And thank you, as always, to our loyal and beloved moderators for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, especially during a surprise stream like today. You know, this one wasn't on the schedule, so thank you, mods. Especially when we're tackling a subject like reproduction. Appreciate you, mods. I'll be streaming again on Monday, hopefully with Delta Rain. We'll see. You take care, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend.